You go to games all the time, or you've got your heart set on that one huge matchup, go to TicketSmarter.com to save big. TicketSmarter technology gives you the best competitive prices on the secondary market. Your purchase price is safe and guaranteed. Use promo code BIG, B-I-G, to get $10 off of any purchase of at least $100, or the promo code BIG20, BIG20, to get $20 off of any purchase of at least $300. Use the promo code as many times as you'd like. There is no limit. Get in the game with TicketSmarter.com or the TicketSmarter mobile app. Think smarter, TicketSmarter. Folks, appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. Let's break down the Big Ten on the Big Ten Live Show. We've done this 32 consecutive weeks now. And if you're going to a Big Ten game or otherwise, with a lot of the most important games still to come, and you want to go in person and save a few bucks, go to TicketSmarter. Use our promo code BIG or BIG20. So $10 off for BIG, $20 off for BIG20 if you spend more than $300 on tickets. And welcome in the Voice of College Football. We've left the link in the chat. We've left the link in the description section of the video as well. So please join us as we will run down the Big Ten for the next 4 hours. We've got John D'Adamo standing by at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And let's get to it in regards to last week's games. Not a huge week in the Big Ten, not a huge week, but a couple meaningful games. I would say 3. Ohio State knocks off Maryland. 10-10 ball game at halftime. Buckeyes went down 10-0 in this one. Looked horrific on offense. Okay on defense the entire game, actually. A stellar effort by the Buckeyes on defense. I was checking out stats today because I'm going to be posting a video on the Michigan Wolverines possibly being headed toward a national championship. And surprisingly enough, for as dominant as Michigan has been this season, actually the statistics would say that Ohio State's been better on defense. And of course, they played 2 much better teams on offense, Notre Dame and Maryland, than anything Michigan has faced. And they're in the top 5 in the nation in yards per play given up on defense. So Ohio State had a big second half, still cannot run the ball. Cannot move the defensive line out of the way, cannot get a push, cannot create seams and holes. That is troublesome. Chip Tranum had 61 yards on 20 carries. They just started to be able to run the ball in the final couple plays, couple drives of the game as they salted that one away. But big defensive effort out of the Buckeyes. And again, it was also a huge defensive effort by Ohio State. So 30-13, Maryland loses, and they drop to 5-1 overall, 2-1 in the Big Ten, and that being their first test against the Big Three. And it was something close to what we've seen the last couple of years out of the Terps. They can compete against the big boys, and it looks similar to their game against Ohio State last year and more similar to their game against Michigan last year, even though they weren't nearly as close in this one when it was all said and done as they were in those 2 games for much of the game. So Maryland, until they show us differently against Michigan or against Penn State, pretty much that next team, maybe the 4th best team in the entire conference, possibly. So Buckeyes win 30-13. They come up with a date at West Lafayette against Purdue. Probably, when you think about it and go through the results, West Lafayette, Ross-Ade Stadium, Purdue, has been the most difficult place for Ohio State to play football in the last 25 years. Tougher than the Big House, tougher than Spartan Stadium, tougher than Camp Randall Stadium, just flat out tougher than anywhere else, record-wise. And we'd have to go through the actual numbers. I've not added them up in my head. The winning percentage probably just as bad at Purdue as it would be anywhere else. Happy Valley. It's been a remarkable house of horrors for Ohio State football, and they're going to have to tackle it at noon Eastern time on Saturday at Purdue. The Boilers coming off a loss at Iowa. Big win for the Hawkeyes, winning 2014. Deacon Hill, I believe, completed 6 of 21 passes in that game. Special teams led the way for the Hawkeyes again. Defense, of course, led the way. Caleb Johnson did have a big day statistically. I did not see one play of the Iowa-Purdue game. It was on Peacock. I have yet to get Peacock. I will at some point. I'm guessing now it's been pinpointed down to me. Sometime before noon on Saturday, I will break down and get Peacock, but there's never been a real reason to get it up until now, a game that was better than 4 games that were already on TV. So I might as well just watch what's available to me. So I did not see one play, and obviously I can check back and watch the games and the replays during the week. Don't get as much time to do that as I would like. I would love to have maybe a full day or parts of specific days all week where I could go back and rewatch, or just for the first time watch a lot of these, or at least the condensed versions of these games. Anyway, did not see Iowa Purdue. Our buddy Corey Brad, I was talking to him on the phone last night, let me know that the Caleb Johnson rushing effort, the stats look good, but probably not as good as, probably better, actually. The stats were better than reality. That Iowa still does not get a running game going consistently. They had 2 huge runs, and then that was about it. So the Hawkeyes win it, but it's really odd with this Iowa football program and with this team in particular that their offense is horrible. The defense and the special teams are really good. Tory Taylor was the special teams to the player of the week in the Big Ten. He had a 57-yard punt. He had a 61-yard punt. He had 2 punts down to inside the 20. He averaged over 48 yards per punt on 6 punts. So Tory Taylor, I'm sure he's been special teams player of the week in the Big Ten several times. So he gets that honor again. And what's odd about trying to forecast the rest of the season for Iowa is that outside of this matchup coming up at Wisconsin, that I believe will, if I were a betting man, I would bet that this game will determine the Big Ten Western Division. Iowa at Wisconsin coming up this Saturday. And Iowa could lose that game and still win the division. Wisconsin could certainly lose 2 other games. One would be most likely to Ohio State. But this, of course, is going to certainly give that winner a huge advantage. My point being that Iowa could continue to mount offense. That's a horrible word, Mark. They're not mounting offense. They could continue to just be stuck in the mire offensively. And when you look at these games past Wisconsin, they've got Illinois. Illinois is terrible. They've got Northwestern. Northwestern's terrible. They still have Rutgers. Let's see. This game would get them to 6-1. So that would mean 5 more conference games. Illinois, Northwestern, Minnesota, who's struggling mightily, Rutgers, and Nebraska. They might be playing the 5 worst teams in the conference to close the season. Maybe. Probably are. Outside of maybe Indiana. Playing the 5 worst teams in the conference. And they've already played Michigan State, who's at the bottom as well. Outside of Wisconsin, Iowa's schedule is basically the bottom of the Big Ten. No Ohio State, Michigan, Maryland, Penn State. So they could continue conceivably. I would have not forecasted this any other year concerning anybody else, but they could be the team that could finish like they did 2 years ago, winning the Big Ten Western Division with the next to last or third to worst offense in the country statistically. They can maintain this kind of offensive ineptitude and still win the division. Still go 11-1. What is the College Football Playoff Selection Committee going to do with an Iowa team that is 11-1, that is that has just ripped off. And again, poor choice of words, Mark, because it just sounds like they would have just run roughshod. No, struggled past, made their way through, survived 16-10, 20-16, 13-10 over Northwestern in Illinois, and they could arrive at the Big Ten championship game. It will be the last of these kind of schedules for all these teams, though. Not just picking on Iowa. I'm not picking on Iowa. I'm picking on their offense, but not picking on them. They're playing the schedule that was presented to them. It's generally no worse than other teams in the Western Division, although they came up with the draw of Penn State. Minnesota's got to play Michigan and also Ohio State. Of course, they just got done with the Wolverines. That was another clinic by the Michigan Wolverines, 52-10 over the Minnesota Golden Gophers. And I have a number of places I'd like to go here in the next couple of days with content. One would be, again, dissecting this Michigan football team and why Michigan is the best team in the country, why they will win a national championship versus why they won't win a national championship. I think there are points to be made on both sides. PJ Fleck said after the game that this is I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'm not coming up with the exact quote, but generally said this is the best team, the deepest team that I've seen in 11 years. And that's an enormous statement. Now, in 11 years, he was coaching MAC teams, and now at Minnesota for the last 5 or 6 years, facing Big Ten Western Division teams. But he has, of course, seen the good Ohio State teams, and those are the best teams that he's seen, would be the Ohio State teams. Yeah, those would be the best teams that PJ Fleck has had to prepare for. Once Minnesota's played Ohio State, twice. They played them in 2020, CJ Stroud's first start, and they played them, I believe, in 2018 and lost a game at the Shoe 35-17 or something in that range. But had all sorts of glowing comments to make about Michigan football. Yeah, Wolverines win at 52-10. J.J. McCarthy still has only thrown interceptions against Bowling Green. No interceptions otherwise, 11 touchdown passes. They had the usual output of rushing attack, although Minnesota actually ran the ball fairly well. They weren't shut down against Michigan running the football statistically. And again, this was a game I didn't watch. I thought this game was on Peacock. And not that I would have watched it because there were other better games to watch. It was a 24-10 game, so it was a game at halftime. Daniel Jackson had a 35-yard touchdown reception for Minnesota, so that was their offense. And Ethan Kalkimanis basically completed that one pass the entire game, and that was the only meaningful pass completion Minnesota had. He threw for 52 yards, 5 for 15. So Minnesota loses and scores 10 points and loses by 6 touchdowns, and they throw the ball 15 times. You know what that says to me? And again, I didn't watch the game. I saw about 5 plays. Is that PJ Fleck was probably trying to get out of town, trying to get on the bus because they were in town. They were at home, trying to get on the bus without looking too embarrassed. Tried to. Didn't accomplish it. 52-10 Michigan. Rutgers, Wisconsin was a bit of a tussle. Badgers win at 24-13. Wisconsin's 4-1. Rutgers, not a bad football team. So these games that they were losing by 4, 5, 6 touchdowns a few years ago before Greg Schiano, now they're competing with the likes of Wisconsin. So a decent effort by Rutgers and Schiano there, 24-13. Sets us up for a nice week 7. And we will get into week 7 here after we take our first call of the night. So let's get right to it. Erica's on the line.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
I'm good for a Monday. So I just wanted to call in and encourage you once you get Peacock to watch that Purdue game versus Iowa because we killed their quarterback. Like I don't know, he's seen us in his nightmares.
Okay, I will check that out. Well, I can't promise I will check that out because I'm way behind on all of that. But so it's a devastating pass rush. I will try to check it out.
Yeah, they got 6 sacks on him.
Yeah, nobody ever said Iowa could not play defense.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, they showed, I would even go as far as saying the Iowa fans in the chat can say if they agreed with me or not. I would almost say it was defense like last year's, like when Campbell and Riley Moss and all of them were still around.
Yep.
So it was pretty darn good. I was pretty happy with that. Obviously, the offense was horrific as usual. That's no shocker, is it?
No, it's not. And I don't know what else we can say about this because they put out the same performance in all three phases every week, and 2 are good and 1's bad, and it usually works out for them. It usually does. But they could be showing up at the Big Ten Championship at 11-1 and be a enormous underdog.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, the one thing that I have to say about the offense is Deacon Hill, it was his first game starting.
Yes.
He hadn't started a game since high school between COVID and everything else that's been happening. So I'm not saying that he deserves all the grace in the world, but I think he does deserve some grace. And he admitted himself, it was really refreshing. This is something else I gotta share with those who might not be as in tune with the Hawkeyes, is that he was part of the presser after, because they always take some of the guys and let them be part of the presser besides the coaches. And Deacon actually took responsibility, which from a Hawkeye team, that's a new thing I haven't heard in a long time. Usually the coaches don't do it. So at least Deacon is doing it, which is really, really nice to see. And he admitted that he needs to improve and that he was nervous and he needs to calm it down. So, and not in those words, obviously, but so that was really nice that he, you can tell that he was wanting to improve, and hopefully maybe by some miracle we can have a serviceable offense in the coming weeks here.
Well, that's a good point that he had every right or excuse to be able to use his first game or his first start as an excuse. And for him not to do that, I think is commendable.
Yeah, I mean, he said, he acknowledged it was his first game, but he didn't say it like, well, it was my first, like not defensively, So that was refreshing, and for him to take responsibility was great. And Caleb Johnson, of course, had a day as usual. It was his first day back from injury after like 2 or 3 weeks. So we're also hopeful that we're going to get our other really good running back, Jason Patterson, back this coming weekend, which would be great. I think he's from Florida, and he's got a pair of legs very, very quick. He's very, very fast. So we can see, what happens there. It'll be interesting to follow, and hopefully the coaches can calm down Deacon Hill a little bit so that we can actually use his cannon of an arm in a good way. Another part of it too is that the receivers, so I'm starting to understand why the receivers weren't involved in the offense before. You want to know why?
I would love to know why.
Because they can't catch.
Yeah, well, I saw against Michigan State, I did see that game, or at least saw the second half, and there were drops all over the place. So more drops in this one, huh?
I don't know, like numbers wise, if it was more or not, but definitely more happened. And I'm going to say not every ball was catchable. So, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. But the ones that were catchable, both in the Michigan State game and this one, most of them were dropped. So part of it is, yes, Deacon Hill needs to calm down and not throw everything over everyone's head. But part of it is that the balls that are catchable need to be caught.
Yeah, you should only have a total of 1 to 2 drops in a game for any team, especially for the number of pass attempts that Iowa attempts. It's a very low number compared to most teams. So there should be hardly any drops.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not, from what I've seen so far. I mean, we're only halfway through the season and we do have the new quarterback and everything. But from what I've seen so far, I mean, they need to improve that. I don't know how much they will or will not, but, I had a lot of hopes about Seth Anderson, who transferred in as a wide receiver, and he has the NFL pedigree with his father. But I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I hope that he'll stick around and he'll work his issues out, and that Deacon can start throwing balls a little less hard. Like, he throws balls very, very hard. So I think that's partially nerves, like I said, and hopefully they can coach that out of him. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Corey told me that maybe he just had a lot of nerves and jitters, it being his first start, but he was overthrowing a lot.
Yeah, that's true. That is indeed true. We'll just have to see. I mean, obviously everyone knows my feelings about Brian Ferentz and the fact that he's OC and quarterbacks coach. Everyone knows how I feel, so I'm not going to reiterate that again. But that part doesn't help, and that's why I'm like, well, I hope the coaches can coach it out of him. And it's not that's not a diss at Deacon either, you know.
Yeah. Fortunately, this is a situation where, now count your blessings in this way. You have a team where the quarterback is not centric to the success of the team. Therefore, with a lot of teams, they lose the quarterback and they lose a ton. Now, I'm not saying Cade McNamara is not better than Deacon Hill, but there's not a whole lot shouldered by the quarterback in generating offense. So there's not a whole lot lost there, at least compared to other teams.
I mean, I appreciate the optimism. There's two ways of responding to that. The first one is, yeah, you're right. That's just what it is. The other part of it is, well, imagine if we had a serviceable offense, you know, we would be such a great team. We'd be top 10 every year if we had a good offense. And
yes.
It's such, I mean, we've talked about this too, but I just feel like there's so much potential there to be like, you know, playoff contender at least. Like if we had, you know, Drew Tate or Brad Banks or even CJ Beathard or maybe Nate Stanley, we would be in the playoffs with this type of defense and special teams. But I don't know.
Well, I do think that the issues concerning the offense are far deeper than just quarterback. So Spencer Petras is not good. But, you know, I think that the offensive line has not been up to Iowa standards in recent years.
No, it hasn't.
The receiver core has really, really none of the position units have been strong, except for, of course, tight end is exceptional. And we just I saw some plays made from Luke Lachey yesterday in the NFL, or not Luke Lachey, Sam Laporta in the NFL, and he's having an outstanding rookie season in the NFL. That's no big surprise. For whatever reason, Iowa can really churn out exceptional tight end play. The running back play is good. It's wide receiver, it's offensive line, it's quarterback, and all of that. And so is it a recruiting issue? It is a development of talent issue and play calling. I think it's all of those things. I don't think you can point to any one thing and say that's the whole problem. They're not recruiting good enough offensive linemen or recruiting good enough wide receivers. I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
It's also development. The coaching has not developed the talent. And then it's also the play calling and the offensive scheme is not up to 2023 standards.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that the quarterbacks they've recruited have been 3 or 4 star, like upper 3 or 4 star caliber. And in my opinion, it's there's, like you said, it's multifaceted. There's no argument about that. But I would argue that it's the development of the quarterback position more than anything else. Because frankly, I know 3 stars aren't spectacular. Like if you're thinking like at the grounds of Ohio State or Michigan or any of that. But the truth is, I was able to develop at other positions where we have 2 or 3 star players. And that's not even debatable. Like so many of their defensive guys were 2 or 3 stars. And, you know, the tight ends a lot of times are 2 or 3 star tight ends coming in. So it's specifically development of quarterback. Running back, I don't think that's a huge problem. I think we're usually solid enough at running back to make things happen at that regard. But the quarterback, like for whatever reason, we can't develop quarterbacks, and wide receivers we can't develop. And the O-line, like you said, it's not up to standards, especially since Kirk is supposed to be an O-line guru. I mean, I don't know what happened with that. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is strange that has gone downhill and has not rebounded.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that a lot of O-line recruits look at what we're doing right now, and that probably turns them off. But that being said, it only takes a few to look at and be like, hey, I could really improve that. So it depends on the recruit. But most big-time O-line recruits aren't going to look at Iowa with how our scheme runs now and everything, and how we don't develop as much in those positions.
Yeah, I can't say for sure that recruits are turned off by Iowa's offensive scheme, but I will say this, that they're not being attracted there or lured there by Iowa's offensive scheme. So it's
Yeah.
certainly not a plus. It's not drawing or attracting recruits. How much it's turning them off, I can't answer that.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to know unless you individually ask each of the higher star recruits who are even considering Iowa, because it's not that they don't consider Iowa, it's that they don't choose Iowa most of the time. I mean, look, like we had an in-state star in Proctor, and the day before signing day, he flips after being committed for 6 months. I mean, it's crazy.
Erica, we can take one recruiting class here and look at the quarterback rankings and play into the narrative you just talked about. And Corey and I have talked about this a couple times, but maybe need to take a deeper dive on it. I'm looking at the 2020 quarterback rankings. Now, again, this you could do this with any school and see where somebody did not develop into the type player that they were expected to be. So,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm not saying that this is all inclusive, that this is the narrative, but I'm just stating this as an example that I guarantee if we went from year to year and the quarterbacks that have been recruited from Iowa, we would see more of this. So this example, I guarantee, as you stated, would be confirmed. So in 2020, Deuce Hogan was
Oh,
a
yeah.
3 to 4 star quarterback, depending on
Yeah.
your service. I'm looking at the 247 rankings.
Mm-hmm.
So listen to this, everyone. These are the starting quarterbacks who are currently in college football, who are successful starting quarterbacks who were rated lower than Deuce Hogan. Jaden DeLora, who's the starting quarterback at Arizona, was the starting quarterback at Washington State. You also have Ken Seals, who's the starting quarterback at Vanderbilt. You have Mike Wright, who was the starting quarterback at Vanderbilt. He transferred to Mississippi State. You have Garrett Green, who is currently the starting quarterback at West Virginia. They're 4-1. You've got Mitch Griffiths, who's the starting quarterback at Wake Forest. You've got Will Rogers, who's the starting quarterback and one of the most prolific quarterbacks actually in the history of college football. He's the starting quarterback at Mississippi State. So there is 5 or 6 quarterbacks ranked below Deuce Hogan who have been successful.
Yeah, and he also transferred out to Kentucky because
Yes.
Kirk, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons and a lot of debate about it in Hawkeye Nation, but the fact is, Kirk made it a PR thing and he made some comments that weren't the most appropriate, and that kind of sealed the deal that he was going to transfer.
Yes. So, how confident are you this Saturday?
Against Wisconsin, you know what? I think, God, is that hard to say? Because if we get at Mordecai, anything like we did this weekend at Purdue, I think it's going to be a long day for Wisconsin. And I think it is possible that we do that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good game. I know
Yeah.
it's difficult to win there, and I think Wisconsin's playing better on all facets of the game, of course, with Iowa's issues on offense, but Iowa's offense or I'm sorry, defense and special teams may be just enough because we have a pretty good idea what kind of game it's going to be, what kind of
Yeah.
style of game.
Yeah. I agree. Is Mordecai still having, I haven't watched Wisconsin in recent weeks. Is Mordecai still having these interception issues? Because if he is, I think he's really going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I think I was so good defensively and in special teams, and it will be the kind of game that even though Wisconsin has a much more capable offense and they do have a good defense, that 1 or 2 turnovers could be just enough for Iowa to win an ugly game.
Yeah, it is going to be very ugly. That's for sure. Yeah, I think that, isn't it like something like a touchdown that's separating them as far as the line and everything?
The line
Seven
on
and
the
a half.
game, I can't imagine it's a touchdown. I would think, I'm going to guess before I look it up, that Wisconsin's a 4-point favorite.
Oh, really? I thought it was more than that. Okay.
It is 6.5.
Oh, so it has gone down.
Yeah,
I
I was just taking a guess. That was my guess.
okay,
It is
so when
six
I
and a half.
saw that's interesting right there, because when I saw over the weekend, like the first line come out when it goes up and down all week or whatever, the original one was 7 or 7.5. So it's already gone down a teensy bit. That's interesting.
Okay. Badger Extra is saying that it was. This is all over the place. According to Action Network, the Badgers opened as a 4.5-point favorite before the consensus increased to 9.5 points in favor of Wisconsin at most major sports books as of Sunday afternoon. I'm seeing 6.5 right now.
Well, if it seriously started at 9.5, it's gone down by a field goal already.
Yeah.
That's interesting. They probably saw how we handled Purdue's quarterback. That's probably part of it. At one point, after one series, like I want to say it was the end of the first quarter or beginning of second. It was somewhere in the first half of the game earlier on. There was one series where we just got to him so badly that he was sitting on the sideline, like looking up, like totally knocked out, like just totally, what's the word? Like he wasn't even looking straight. Like he couldn't even look straight.
Yes, I will check that out if I get a chance.
Yeah, I know that on YouTube sometimes they put like Big Ten Network sometimes will put up the highlights of the game. So I'd imagine you could see some of that if you watch those. It's a 10 or 11-minute video usually.
Well, I'm sure the entire games. I usually am able to find the entire game, and then I'm able to find like a 12 to 15-minute cut down.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that on Peacock, because I saw this. I actually get Peacock for free, luckily. They actually have replays of previous games. So I would think that since Iowa was on there this past weekend, that it would be there on demand too. So if you do end up getting Peacock at some point, you can watch the whole thing if you wanted to.
Well, with all due respect, Erica, since I try to cover everyone, it is not going to be a huge priority for me to go back and watch the Iowa Purdue game.
No, that's fine. I just would like if you would watch the highlights, because honestly, we haven't gotten to a quarterback to that extent in a long time. I seriously was shocked he got through the game, and respect to him because he kept going.
So I just went to the site that I frequent that has all the major Vegas sports books, and it has the line at 9.5 to 10. We've got it right on the screen there.
Yeah, I see it. So where were you getting the 4.5?
The 4.5 came from Action Network, but that was a 4.5 when the line opened.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens. As I said, if Mordecai has another interception issue, it's going to be a long day for them.
It is hard for me to believe that the line is that high.
Yeah, I don't know. I think yes and no, because part of me is like, well, everyone knows the offense situation at Iowa. And at the same time, everyone knows how Wisconsin supposedly has been getting better every week. So, maybe it's not so surprising. I don't know.
Well, the last time I looked at a line like that concerning Iowa and just said, wow, I'm just going to grab those points because they're not losing by more than that was the Penn State game. So I can definitely be wrong.
Was garbage.
When they were a 15 or 16-point underdog, I thought they're not losing by 15 or 16.
You know what a lot of people don't get about that or about the game, I should say, with Penn State is that anyone's team's defense who is on the field for like 90% of the game is going to, eventually break down. And I'm not saying that's an excuse. I don't believe in using excuses because I know what my team's shortcomings are. And I've said it over and over on this show and on Corey's show. So I'm not going to go there. But that would happen to any team. Let's be honest. Even Michigan, even Georgia, their defenses would break down if they were on the field for like 90% of the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But it's kind of like when we played Ohio State, was it last year, where it was another manslaughter of Iowa, and we still held Ohio State to very low numbers despite the fact that our offense couldn't execute or produce anything.
Yeah, that was at least from a defensive standpoint on Iowa's side, the most misleading 54-10 score I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was, and then I thought that it wouldn't be that bad when I saw towards the end of the second half that we had a pick off of the quarterback. And I also remember them showing Ryan Day's face at one point during the first half, like, oh my goodness, like he was embarrassed. So yeah, I think that final score was definitely deceptive. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was. Although I still remember Corey's response, and I get it. I totally, this is in no way me poking fun at Corey in any such way, but I just know I'm not a big handicap or odds maker kind of guy, but I do like the point spreads, and I do look at them and study them to a certain degree. And so I usually you can show me a game and I can guess what the point spread is going to be.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily guess correctly who's going to win the game, but I can guess what Vegas believes that game's going to be. And I remember us going through Iowa's schedule, deep into the off season. This was March, April, May, somewhere like that, that year going into 2022. And I said, Ohio State's going to be about a 25-point favorite in that game. And Corey just couldn't believe it. He's like, what? And I said, yeah, they'll be a 25-point favorite in that game. And he just couldn't believe it. And I said, I know it sounds ridiculous, but they will be. And they were a 30-point favorite in that game.
Yeah. Well, it just goes back to the start. It's funny how everything comes back full circle. If we had a better offense, we wouldn't be talking about these scenarios.
No. No,
Is
you
that
would
true?
not. No, you would not. And it's a credit to somebody that it doesn't cause division and strife in the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing, like, you know how I feel about the whole Kirk situation. I think he's tarnishing his reputation at this point, but I will give credit where credit is due. And he does keep that locker room, along with the captains, they keep that locker room together and united. We have to give them credit for that.
For sure. For sure.
I think that's about all I had, though, for now. I'll probably come back for the Ocho later, though.
There we go. Well, Erica, thank you for kicking us off tonight. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Let's keep rolling down the Big Ten. And there you have a look at the schedule upcoming for week 7. Want to go back and continue our look at week 6 as well, as we were in the process of kind of running down what week 6 meant. Again, decent win, nice win for Wisconsin against Rutgers, and improving Rutgers team 24-13. A lot of people had pinned that as a possible upset. And again, Michigan was just devastating in just manhandling Minnesota. Minnesota has not lost a game like that since 2011. I think I saw they haven't lost by that many points. I'll have to go back and check on that. I'm in the midst of looking over and reviewing and about to post at some point the next day my Big Ten power rankings. So we'll see where I size up Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, that comparison. And those will be a true power ranking in regards to how I believe those teams are playing and who's the best team, the second best team, the third best team, the fourth best team, et cetera. Unlike my top 25 that actually makes sense. Talking about Michigan State's got a game at Rutgers coming up on Saturday, and Sparty's lost 3 straight. Of course, Mel Tucker in that situation is behind them. It's not behind the university. The university still has much to deal with from a legal standpoint, but for the team, fortunately for the Spartans and the football players themselves, they don't have to deal with the Mel Tucker situation. Harlan Barnett will take them to the finish line. And speaking of which, Harlan Barnett said during his news conference this week that the quarterback situation is in play at Michigan State, meaning he is not announcing a starting quarterback. We will have to wait and see. Noah Kim has been the starting quarterback, 6 touchdowns, 6 picks, and Nate Hauser is his backup. And there is thought there that Michigan State is looking to make a change at quarterback. Also, Jordan Simmons, who is not a big factor at all in the Michigan State offense, but has been in the past. He ran for 500 yards over the course of 2 seasons a few years ago. He has left the team. I noted that Torrey Taylor was named Big Ten Special Teams Player of the Week, and why? Also, it was a Buckeye sweep in terms of Players of the Week in the Big Ten, offense and defense. Offense went to Marvin Harrison Jr. You may have heard of him. 8 catches, $163 against Maryland. And Defensive Player of the Week was Josh Proctor, who had an exceptional game for the Buckeyes. I don't have his numbers, but he had a pick 6 that got Ohio State off the deck when they were down 10-0. All right. I believe somebody is trying to call in, but they've not been able to connect. John, thank you for leaving the link in the chat. I want to go back to last week's games real quick, see if I have any further thoughts. Also, keep in mind, folks, you love the Big Ten. And Lemansky, thank you for the super chat. I will get to it. That we've got a Big Ten Paradigm podcast that comes out each and every week. Try to get that released on Thursday mornings. You can catch it at the College Gridiron Coast to Coast Network. College Gridiron Coast to Coast. They have a number of podcasts on college football, the landscape of college football, that's really good. The reason I got involved was they came to me and asked me to do a Big Ten podcast, and I checked out their platform and was extremely impressed with the people involved. So I felt, I got to admit, I felt a bit honored to be asked by them to do a Big Ten podcast, since they had guys like TJ Rivas, who does the Tampa Bay Buccaneers sideline report and does national college football radio. Whatever the number one game of the week is, he does the radio on Saturdays. Alabama connected people in terms of their radio network and other people like that. And so they asked me to do a Big Ten podcast this year. I've had a lot of fun doing that, putting that together, and usually take slices and snippets and clips from the various shows here related to the Big Ten, Nebraska, Iowa, Ohio State, and Michigan to add into that podcast. And I really should do a better job of promoting it here. I'm guessing that 90% of the people that watch us here at the Voice of College Football don't even know that I've got a Big Ten podcast that comes out every week. So we will do a better job of letting you all know that it's out there, and share the link. Follow me on Twitter. That's where you get most of that. So we do typically, if I remember, post that, or I retweet what College Gridiron Coast to Coast posts with my Big Ten Paradigm podcast each week. All right. Last Friday, 2 of the worst teams in the Big Ten got together, and somebody had to win. So it was Nebraska, Illinois, and Champaign. And Luke Altmaier has thrown more interceptions than all but one quarterback in the nation. He has 8 picks. Illinois ran for like 2 yards per carry, if that. Nebraska dominated the game. And that is saying something for Nebraska to dominate a conference game. So Illinois is a mess. They are the worst team in the Big Ten right now. And Huskers won it 20-7. Matt Rule won his first Big Ten game in his tenure. All right. Who do I see out there? I don't see actual. There we go. Okay. Maybe that was somebody not wanting to join us. I don't know. Let's see. There we go. Corey, how you doing today?
I've told you this before. I don't know why it does it when you're on mobile and I jump on. It adds me to the stream. I don't understand why I can't just enter the studio without being added to the stream.
Well, this is what went through my head was I saw you pop on, and then when there wasn't an initial response, and I thought, well, Corey would let me bring him on. So I thought maybe you were doing some work elsewhere. You accidentally popped on, and that's why I didn't.
No, I just saw I knew your Big Ten show was going, and I saw your title Western Showdown, and I wondered if there was. I was wondering if there was if it was possible to have the viewership be in the negatives.
Well, don't say that. You're going to drive all these people away. They're going to question why they're here.
No, I got over 100 people who are interested in this game on Saturday. So what's the? I literally just jumped on to start listening. What is the Big Ten schedule like this weekend? I haven't looked at anything besides Iowa, Wisconsin.
Let's skip ahead to. I was just starting to look at this week's schedule.
Okay.
Let's give it a look. So, because right now I was just talking about how I would consider Illinois to be the worst team in the Big Ten off that showing last weekend. But
how about Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota's pretty bad too. But at least they were playing
how about Nebraska? How about Nebraska, Mark?
Well, Minnesota beat Nebraska, and Nebraska beat Illinois. See, and made them look really bad. So yeah, Illinois.
What about Northwestern?
There's a lot of bad teams.
We can just keep naming all the teams in the West.
These teams better buckle up. And I have yet to do a deep dive on all the schedules for next season, but all those teams get a dose of some combination of USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon. It's going to be mighty interesting.
Well, I'll tell you this. Here's what the Big Ten West has to do, and this is all perceived, I guess, level of play, because we've obviously seen some results, but we're still halfway through the season. You can't evaluate things completely until we're done. But like, this is the type of week, as I'm looking at the schedule you just have up in front of us, this is the type of week where the West could gain some level of respect back. Like Illinois, they go on the road, they win at Maryland. That's a good victory. I mean, you're not just going to throw the towel in on the season if you're the Illini. If they were to go out there and win, that'd be huge. If somehow Purdue could upset Ohio State and West Lafayette, like, that would be huge, right? So there's a couple of games right there where the West could gain some respect back. Now, my guess is neither of those teams will win, and neither of those games will be close.
I would tend to agree with your latter statement. You know what I'm going to start keeping track of that just hit me? Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State went. Now, this is not just a knock against the West. This is everybody in the Big Ten. They went 24-0 against the Big Ten last year. Those three against the rest of the teams. I'm going to start to continue to see how long this winning streak is going to go. I'm going to count it into the previous year. It might be 28, 29, whatever. Penn State wasn't that good the previous year, so they did lose games to other teams, although Ohio State and Michigan did not. And then, of course, they are all undefeated in the Big Ten thus far this year. So it's like a 30-game winning streak that those three teams have against the rest of the conference.
Yes, but that's also somewhat of an indictment on the rest of the East as well.
Well, that's what I said. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, but some people are going to hear that and they're going to say, well, the West sucks, the East is great. Well, the top three of the East is really good. I think Maryland's pretty good. I don't think you think Rutgers is very good? I mean,
I think they're pretty good. I think they're functional. I think they are better than they've been.
Okay. They're not as good as they're not as good. Yeah, well, but I mean, I watched that game. They're not. Wisconsin's clearly the better team. I don't care if you're on a neutral field or not. I think Iowa's going to beat Rutgers at home. And
they played that game at a neutral field?
No, I'm saying no.
Oh, I got you.
I'm saying if they were on a neutral field, I don't think it would have made much of a difference.
Yeah.
So yeah, Rutgers isn't any good. Indiana's terrible. Who else am I missing? Who else am I missing out east?
The three are the best though, by far, and then Maryland might be fourth. They might be. Maybe. I wish that, you know what I wish, Mark? I wish that either Wisconsin or Iowa had Maryland on the schedule. Yeah,
neither of those teams play Maryland, and that's unfortunate.
I would like to see them both play Maryland. I would just think it would be a really good game.
Now, if Illinois goes out to College Park and wins this week, we might have to reassess everything.
I don't have a ton of faith in Maryland as being some great team or anything, but I would be pretty surprised if that happened.
Yeah, you just said Illinois might be the worst team in the Big Ten.
I think they are.
Well, then if they go on the road and beat the potentially the fourth best team in the Big Ten, that's a massive upset.
Corey, they haven't played a good game this year. They have two wins. They beat Toledo on the last play of the game. They beat FAU by 6 at home.
Well, I don't know what Toledo's. That's a decent win. What's Toledo doing?
Toledo's 5-1.
Okay, that's a good win.
MAC team.
But I don't care. What does that matter? That's a good win.
You're a Big Ten team. You don't mess
Isn't
around.
Toledo in the top?
The game.
Okay, 5-1. I bet they're receiving top 25 votes.
They are. That still doesn't tell me anything. You understand, Corey, you of all people shouldn't be backing the AP rankings.
No, I'm just saying, like, they were a preseason darling in the MAC, and the MAC is typically a strong conference relative to the G5. And I'm not saying it's a great win. I'm just saying it's a decent win. It's not like Iowa beating Miami, Ohio in typical year. Well, Miami, it's a bad example. It's not like Iowa beating UMass.
I would consider it to be a decent win if they would have won by 3 touchdowns. Then I'd say, oh, that's a good win. That's a solid win. They beat a good MAC team, and they beat them the way a Big Ten team should beat a MAC team.
By the way, that was not a slight on Penn State. I totally forgot they play UMass this week.
Well, they should win by 50 points. Ohio State put 77 on Toledo last year, and they won the MAC.
Well, let's just call a spade, Mark. You and I have not had conversations about the Big Ten, specifically the top 3 of the Big Ten, since last week. As of right now, what it appears on paper, it appears that the 2 best teams in the Big Ten are clearly Penn State and Michigan. Now, with that being said, do I think it's going to pan out that way? Not necessarily. But can we agree on that based on what we've seen, what we've surmised on the field?
No.
Really?
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I agree. I'm going to have my power rankings come out here in the next day, and you may see that, but I've already made them, so nothing that we say is going to impact. They're already written out. But I don't think clearly. No, I'm not going to say Ohio State's clearly the 3rd best team in the Big Ten. Not when they went out and beat Maryland by 3 touchdowns. They've got the best win in the conference thus far, in a sense.
Yeah.
But I'm also not saying you're wrong.
I'm just saying, like, Ohio State has not been dominant to the extent that Penn State and Michigan have been dominant.
But they've played better teams.
Y'all got some smart people in this chat, by the way. Beetle, PSU is trash.
Well, we tend to attract the upper crust. Yeah.
So anyways, but yeah, that's about all I got. By the way, Bradley in the chat. Didn't Penn State beat Northwestern by like 4 touchdowns? So yes. I'm not going to rewatch the Northwestern game, buddy boy.
Well, before we let you go, Corey, because there were some interesting points that Erica called right before you. She said that the Iowa pass rush was devastating against Purdue.
No comment.
Okay.
I don't agree. I really love Erica. She's great. She's great for the channel. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
In any way, they were not devastating against Purdue. I'll tell you what was devastating was the coverage sacks and the coverage pressure that Iowa put on Card, and it was better. Don't get me wrong. The pass rush was better, okay. But I mean, he had a lot of time back there, and Iowa did get 6 sacks, but it's because he held the ball a long, long time because there wasn't anything down the field.
Well, not that I didn't enjoy our conversation last night, but I also used it as analysis, and I duly credited you because I did not see the game with your evaluation on Deacon Hill, the running game, and a few other things.
Well, we're going to have a good conversation tomorrow about all this, and this game. I mean, let's just. I know it's almost depressing saying this because I feel like the season just started. But it's October 9th. It's the week of October 9th, and this game for people who actually care about the Big Ten and care about the West, which is, people are going to say that nobody cares, but there's a lot of fans in this division that care.
Sure.
This game is probably going to determine who plays in Indy.
I was saying the same thing.
And I made the comment before the game on Saturday, before Iowa even took the field against Purdue. When I saw Wisconsin up big on Rutgers, I tweeted it out. I said, this game on Saturday, not Iowa-Purdue, but Iowa-Wisconsin, is a must-win for Iowa. And it's not an elimination game for Wisconsin, although I think if Iowa wins, they're the clear favorite. I think it's an elimination game for Iowa because I don't know where the 3 losses are on Wisconsin's schedule from there on out. There would need to be 3 losses. Iowa's already down a loss. Then you lose the second game, and so which means you're basically down 3 games because of the tiebreaker. So you can't lose Saturday. I mean, you can't. Exactly. And Mark, since January, I've been saying that Iowa was a preseason favorite. That kind of hinged upon, 2 things. Cade McNamara staying healthy. I don't really think that makes much of a difference because he wasn't healthy the first 4 weeks. But a big part of that was I did expect Wisconsin. I predicted preseason that Iowa was going to lose to Penn State and Wisconsin, but I also thought Wisconsin might drop a game or 2 early, and at least one to either Rutgers or Purdue. I thought one of those teams would sneak up on them, given the changes at Wisconsin, and I give them credit. The one loss being to Wazoo doesn't hurt you, and so, I don't know. I mean, they're not losing. They're going to lose to Ohio State, likely at home. And, I mean, who else do they have? They have Indiana, I think. They'll get Minnesota. But, man, Minnesota right now looks like garbage.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. Both Iowa and Wisconsin. Like, there aren't games left. There are not competitive. Iowa might be in some competitive games because of how they play.
Yes.
But there are not games where there is any doubt who's the favorite.
Yep.
So
Totally agree that I have more confidence in Iowa if I turn the game on and they're winning 16-10 in the fourth quarter against Northwestern, Illinois, fill in the blank from the West, versus anybody else. That, okay, this isn't pretty. They should beat them worse than this, but they will win the game.
Yeah.
Did you see the line on this game? Check the screen if you haven't. I
did
surprised.
See. I heard 9.5. Is that?
Yes, 10. It's bumped to 10 in most sports books.
Yeah, that's okay.
I guess like 4.5, and I'm usually like within a half point to a point when I guess these. I did not see that coming.
Iowa fans, not that Iowa fans care about my prediction is, because my prediction doesn't mean anything more than anybody else's. But
well, what is your record this year? I bet it's undefeated.
It's undefeated straight up. I mean, sure, but I don't know about the spread. That's a good question. I should go back and check that out. I think I might have Wisconsin covering this week, Mark.
Wow.
Because
well, I told Erica, I said the last time a spread concerning Iowa hit me like this was a couple weeks ago against Penn State, and I didn't even consider it. I just thought, yeah, give me those 15, 16 points. Absolutely.
And, and just part of it is, these are the types of games. I'd go back to Iowa State. Wisconsin's a better team than Iowa State. However, going on the road and playing a rival, tough environment, without an offense that's very good, to me, the X factor could have been having a guy like Cade, just like it was in, I thought, 2015. Iowa's offense didn't play very good against Wisconsin that year in Madison. They were helped by a turnover, or actually a couple of turnovers in that game. But specifically, just composure from C.J. Beathard. He didn't put up great numbers. I don't think he got to 100 yards passing, but I think having that type of a leader. You look at what Spencer Petras did up at Wisconsin in 2021, Mark. Do you remember that game? That game is burned. Yes. That game is etched permanently on the left quartile, front left quartile of my brain. Specifically because I remember I brought this up so many times, but I love talking about it.
Throwaway.
Ridiculous. 4th and long, they're down like 14 points or 17 points. And they're like in Wisconsin territory. They go for it on 4th and long or 4th and medium. And he gets some pressure. What does he do? He chucks it into the 4th row. And what's funny is I've told that story before. One of my sponsors on my channel reached out to me and said, "Hey, I was at that game that you keep talking about." And he's like, the pass came towards us, and he's like, my jaw just dropped. He's like, I had no idea. I don't have any idea what he was doing. It's one of the more baffling things that I've ever seen. And maybe Deacon Hill will come out and play great on Saturday, but until I see that, I have a hard time just saying, well, he's going to go up there and move the ball against an offense when they've had experienced quarterbacks like C.J. Beathard, like Petrus, like Nate Stanley, who went up to Madison and they were worse than bad. Mark, go back and look at this. Is what's crazy about this. Go back and look. I'm trying to think. The exception being, was there even an exception? 2015. Can you do this real quick while I'm on the air, Mark?
Sure.
Can you Google C.J. Beathard's stat line, Iowa, Wisconsin, 2015? This might blow your mind. And I haven't even looked this information up. But before I make my prediction this week, I will be going back and looking at these stats. But your mind is gonna be blown by this, I think.
Okay, I do remember this game now that I see the final score: 10-6 Iowa. Okay,
10-6 Iowa wins. C.J. Beathard's stat line.
C.J. Beathard in 2015 against Wisconsin: 9 of 21, 77 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick.
Okay, then hey, listen. Then go flash forward to 2017. Let me think here.
Joel Stave, by the way, threw for 234, 21 of 38.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Go to 2017. Nate Stanley, 2017. That was the week after. That was the week after Iowa beat Ohio State in Kinnick, Mark. Go to
after
Nate Stanley's stat line in 2017 in Madison.
Ohio State out of the playoff.
Yep. The very next week.
Against Wisconsin in a 38-14 loss in 2017. 8 of 24, 41 yards, and a pick. 41 yards. Oh.
And that was Nate Stanley. That was a guy who just torched Ohio State the week prior, torched Iowa State in names, had 6 touchdowns or 5 touchdowns week 2 against Iowa State. I mean, seriously.
Here are the yardage totals, Corey, on the pass completions: 10, 9, 9, 5, 6, 2, 0.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. Let's flash forward. That's 2017. Now flash forward to 2019. Now 2019's probably, if you're looking at these as a group of 4 games, which we're doing right now, 2019 is going to be the best numbers you're going to see because, for one, they had an 80-yard touchdown pass to Tyrone Tracy that nearly sent the game to overtime.
Yes.
One play 75. Late in that game.
Yep. Wisconsin 24-22 in 2019. Nate Stanley 17 of 28, 208, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. So that was the best stat line by far. Keep in mind that he had 120 yards before the 80-yard bomb to Tyrone Tracy. That was part of the game. I'm not taking it away, but in large part, that was a anomaly.
Do you remember what Jonathan Taylor did in that game?
Oh, he just ran over everybody. I think he had what, 220 rushing yards?
250.
250. Yeah, I remember.
1 per carry. Whoo.
Yeah. And trying to think, did you see 2017, what they did in the ground?
No.
It's amazing. As good as Iowa's run defense has traditionally been, Wisconsin's burned them at times, as has Penn State.
Oh, man. Yeah. This was more a collective effort. But, Jonathan Taylor in 2017 ran for 157.
Yeah.
And Wisconsin ran for 247.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just Wisconsin. But I don't know that they're as strong. They got a couple of big backs.
Yeah.
I was impressed watching. What's the backup's name? Is it Aker or something like that?
I haven't seen a play since Ches Malusi got hurt. I did not see any of the game on Saturday.
You go back and watch some of his highlights against Rutgers. The backup, I was impressed by him. He's a big kid. He's not quite as big as Braylon Allen, but the kid can lower the pads.
Before I look him up, which I bet as soon as I look him up, I'm going to know who that is. The rushing differential in that 2017 game was 247 to 25.
That's about what you'd expect, I guess, based on my knowledge of the series. And then don't forget to check on 2021, Mark, because you've checked on a CJ Beathard stat line, you've checked on 2 Nate Stanley stat lines. Let's check on Spencer Petrus stat line at Madison 2021.
Jackson Acker, by the way, Wisconsin backup, 21 carries, 96 yards this season.
Yeah, I believe it's pronounced Acre, I believe. Yeah. At least that's what they were saying on Peacock.
It's Acker. It looks like Acker, but okay.
Yeah.
Wisconsin wins 27-7 in 2021. Yeah, I remember this game. Let's go. Here we go. Spencer Petrus, 9 of 19, 93 yards.
So let me just recap, Mark. 3 of their last 4 trips to Madison, the Iowa quarterback has failed to hit 100 yards passing. And now you've got a guy in his second career start who went 6 of 21 last week at home to Purdue. He's going to Madison this week, Mark.
Yeah.
For his first road start. All right. Anyways,
I know what you're telling me.
I've gone into this game with higher hopes in the past. I hope to go into this game with lower hopes this time than ever, but come out surprised. And I will say this is a different Wisconsin team. It's obviously a different system with Luke Fickell. Maybe things will be different. I can tell you this: 2021, that loss I wouldn't say that's the start, but that was. Keep in mind that was the week after Iowa lost to Purdue. Remember, Iowa was number 2 in the country.
Yep.
They lose to Purdue at home, and then they go to Madison and get crushed. That was when I remember thinking, man, we are really determined to go up against a brick wall and slam our head into it over and over and over again. Like, that was the game, because I remember going into the game thinking, hey, they got to pull something. They got to have some exotic, something ready at some point in this game. And they went up there and they did what they say they're going to do. We're going to get up to the line of scrimmage and we're going to run the ball when we're going to run the ball, but we're going to do it anyways. And we're going to try to beat you at it. And what happened? They got absolutely killed. So I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm not surprised by the line, Mark. I know you are, and I know it's based on what you perceive Iowa's defense to be, but that defense in 2021 was pretty good up there as well. And if they get that rushing game going, it's just kind of like I'm not saying Penn State. Obviously, Wisconsin does not have the offense of Penn State. They don't have the offense of an Ohio State of 2022 or a Michigan of 2021. But you look at those games against good opponents, especially on the road, what happens? Iowa can't do anything offensively. Can't run the ball, can't throw the ball, nothing. So they're going to lose a field position battle, and the defense is going to hold, and then eventually the dam's going to break.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me fearful. I in no way do I expect Wisconsin to be up by more than, I could see them up by 10 at halftime. But I mean, if this game goes to script, they'll be up at halftime, even if it's by just 3 or by 7 or by 10. But then something will happen in the second half. And I don't expect Iowa's offense to do anything. I mean, nothing. I mean, I hope I'm wrong on that. I hope they go down there and rush for 200 yards. But that would be the most incredulous thing to ever happen up there, I think. So, anyways.
One thing I picked up yesterday, Corey, I'll let you go after this, is that Sam Laporte is off to an amazing start in the NFL.
Yeah, how about that? I saw somebody in your chat bring up he's the next George Kittle. I think that might be jumping the gun a bit, but I don't know. He's helping the cause, man. When's the last time we've seen a rookie tight end? Maybe that's happened, but when's the last time we've seen a rookie tight end as productive as he's been through 4 or 5 weeks?
Yeah,
I mean,
25 catches.
Yeah, he's every week. It's impressive. But I mean, Mark, I've always been high on him, and I thought he was maybe a little bit under the radar as it related to draft boards. He still got drafted relatively high. Obviously, Detroit liked him. And, I got a chat of a bunch of buddies of mine here in Iowa. And I got ripped a couple of years ago when I criticized the Rams for that trade. And I give them credit. They went out and won a Super Bowl. But at the time I said, you know what? I would much rather have all those draft picks and a guy who's been adequate as a game manager in Jared Goff than an aging Matt Stafford who's got maybe a few prime years left. And I don't know. We'll see what Detroit does. I don't have a lot of confidence in that franchise as a whole, but Laporta's an example of the youth that they've been able to get, and they're kind of building around a guy who's still relatively young in Goff, and they look maybe like the cream of the crop in that division.
Yes, just another Iowa tight end prospect getting the job done at the next level.
And I do think, Mark, that Luke Lachey's coming back next year, based on scuttlebutt. I don't, obviously nothing official. I think he's coming back next year. Sounds like Cade's coming back next year. Now Eric All, I'd have to look at his eligibility. I should know that, but I don't even know that he has a year left. Off the top of your head?
I would think that he does. I don't know for sure.
Okay. I could see him. I mean, he's putting up impressive. He was really good Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, 11 targets.
They threw to.
Exactly. You realize
he's completed.
Yes. Did you know they didn't have a single reception by a wide receiver?
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
5 receptions by All and a dump off to Caleb Johnson. That's it.
And they won the game. They won the game, Mark.
Yes, they did.
Somebody made the comment that was 2 days ago. They said, Iowa, it seems like Kirk Ferentz must have like a Moneyball type of guy. Like they figured out the formula to beat all these teams. And I almost feel like that might be some truth to that. Say what you want about the schedule. It is incredible that Iowa can win the way they win, just year after year. Mark, they're 5-1. They're 5-1. I mean, I predicted they'd be 5-1, but they lost their best tight end. Yep. They lost their quarterback. Brian is still, soiling himself each and every week, and they're still 5-1.
They are. And yes, this, I believe, is for the West, as you do.
So, well, it'll be a good game. Do you know, is it Gus Johnson, your favorite guy, Gus Johnson, on the call Saturday?
Let's not, I have a level of respect for Gus Johnson, and I've heard he's an exceptional person. I just have issues with him, like not knowing what's going on in the game half the time.
I understand. You're more of the traditionalist.
Well, it hits me a few times during every Gus Johnson broadcast that is he watching the same game that everyone else is? And have mentioned this to you in the past, and it strikes me I tend to watch those games. They're usually Big Ten games and the best game in the Big Ten. So I'm typically watching his broadcast, and I don't mind all the excitement and all the yelling and screaming. Yeah, that's great. It's exciting. People like it. I'm okay with it. It doesn't annoy me. That's not what annoys me. It's when on the 4th play of the game, Ohio State messes up a punt snap, and they screw up a punt snap, and then they try to run it for a first down and they get stopped. And he's like, he thinks the punt's like in the air and going downfield, and it's like there's a scrum at the line of scrimmage, and he's like, I don't know what he's thinking, what he's watching.
Did you see, not to change the subject, I saw it on Facebook again this morning, and I'd seen it before. It was like back in, was it 2017 or 2018? That Eastern Michigan game. You probably know what I'm talking about, where I think it was it Jay Feely? Did I see it was Jay Feely that was doing the play-by-play?
Okay.
Or maybe not. Well, maybe I don't know why he'd be the play-by-play guy. Maybe he was the analyst. But anyways, this kicker goes up there for like a 33-yard kick, and he misses it by like 30 yards right. And Feely's like, and he just slips it through off the upright. What a kick. And like he goes to commercial, and he's like, Eastern Michigan responds. It's 3-3. And the scoreboard's on the thing. It says 0-3. Like, did you remember that game?
No, I don't remember that call or that game.
I'll have to send that to you.
I have to send you this. It's a NFL game. I think Vikings Lions. It's about 10 years ago. and there's this guy that does NFL history stuff, and it's a great channel, but he breaks down what has to be the worst announced game ever. It's unbelievable. You have to watch this video. Like, this guy is calling players, and I'm not saying like he messed up one time, like consistently calling players like that play for the other team, and he's consistently, pointing out players that haven't been on the team for 2 years. And he's like, it's clearly like a 7-yard run on like 1st and 10. And he's going, and Smith runs for the first down. And it's like, he's like 3 yards. And he's just doing this over and over. And like, they even pointed out, like, they would pitch him from the studio. And he like read off the games from the day, and they were like the wrong games. He was like, yeah, Chicago goes to Green Bay later today. And it's like, no, they're not even playing. He screwed up everything.
Well, I will remind you, 2021 Iowa Penn State, when Iowa won in Kinnick, and that, what was it, like 2-3 game?
Yeah.
That game, I remember Gus Johnson calling Matt Hawkins like 3 times. And no, I know exactly what you're talking about as it relates to his struggles. Who's the guy that, I think he works for ESPN now? He was Fox. He's kind of like the Gus Johnson wannabe. What is that guy's name? Somebody will know it in the chat. But he knows his stuff, but he kind of gets a little bit over animated as well. So you're more, like I said, you're more of a traditionalist as it relates to it. I love the experience and the rah-rah of Gus Johnson. I appreciate that about him. I get irritated as well, but and by the way, this is nothing about her being a woman. I promise you, because there's a lot of, women announcers that I actually really enjoy listening to, but it's better than Beth Mowins. And I hate to rip on Beth Mowins, but I'm just glad that Iowa doesn't have to. I just hated that 11 a.m. time slot on ESPN or ESPN 2, where you get Darrell Johnson Koulianis. You get that kind of stupidity.
You have to throw a little bit more. There's kind of like, she's talking out of the side of her mouth.
Yeah, and a 16-yard touchdown pass to Cavante Martin Manley. I just couldn't take it anymore. So anyways, those were the good old days where you listen to it in a sports bar and you could kind of drown it out. But
yeah, that was her spot though. ESPN 2 at noon Eastern.
Yeah, I like Lisa. Michael in the chat. I like Lisa Byington. I have no issue with Lisa Byington.
The name, I can't recall.
She's on Big Ten Network. She knows what she's doing, and she doesn't have that annoying. I mean, in my opinion, annoying.
Yeah, it is.
So, anyways, all right, Mark, I'll let you get to your other callers, but
thank you, Corey.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
The one and only Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Join him right there from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Everything Iowa, not just football, but of course it is football season, but basketball, men's and women's, so forth and so on. And Corey and I get together every Tuesday at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. So make that an appointment with the two of us on the Iowa channel. All right. Our callers have been patient. I think we had a few hang up on us. Michael, we will get to you in 2 shakes as soon as we get to the super chats. Lemansky, Hawkeyes always relish the underdog role. In Phil, we trust. If offensive line can perform, it's a slugfest. Yeah, I would agree that I would not be surprised if Iowa wins the game in any such way. I was surprised at that point spread. I do get it. I was just going to have to find some offense somewhere. And most notably, that's going to be out of the running game, probably not consistently moving. So when you say the offensive line performing, I think it's more about chunk plays in the running game. I think they're more probable to get big plays out of the running game and maybe a 20 carry, 85-yard day out of Caleb Johnson where he hit 2 big runs that led to scores, and then the rest of the time he was bottled up, rather than moving that Wisconsin front and getting 4, 5, 6 yards of play. That ain't going to happen. I don't see it. Lemansky coming back. Thank you, Lemansky. Appreciate you. Badger fans can thank Iowa, Hayden Fry, for telling Barry at Notre Dame, Barry Alvarez, take the whiskey job. It's a sleeping giant. And ever since Barry Alvarez took that job in 1989 and lifted the Wisconsin program from doormat of the Big Ten to a place where he talked about Rose Bowl immediately at his press conference. And it was like, Rose Bowl? Are you kidding me? Wisconsin had not been to a Rose Bowl since 1963. And yes, took them to the Rose Bowl in 93. And ever since, there's been this procession of coaches that have churned out winning teams in the Barry Alvarez style up until now, with Luke Fickell possibly doing things a little bit different. Still holding to those core values, still doing a lot of the Wisconsin way approach, but adding, supplementing to it. All right. Georgia Reload, 20 for 23 straight. 20 for 23 straight. I am guessing that this is Georgia Reload letting us know that he has hit on 20 of 23 straight up in his picks. 20 for 23 straight. If anyone can clarify that for me, I would certainly love to honor Georgia Reload's super chat appropriately by knowing exactly what he's talking about, because sometimes you guys send in super chats and they're related to exactly what we're saying right then, and I appreciate that. But if I get to it a little bit later, and in this case we're talking 28 minutes later, then 20 for 23 straight. Erica, that's why Mark has us mods here, or that's why Mark has us mods here. Yes, to keep the folks in place. Keep them under wraps, please. Ryan Day's beard dye. Well, it's about time that Ryan Day's beard dye did have its own platform. It's much needed. Talk about the upcoming UMass game. Okay, we will get to that in just a second. So let's I will follow through. I will follow through on the UMass preview after we get through the super chats and take Michael's call or anybody else that's on the line. But we will fulfill the UMass preview. Now, I got to let you know that for as much as we take ourselves, take it seriously, let's say, that we provide the best in discussion, debate, and analysis and all of that, do not expect me to be dissecting the UMass secondary or their special teams. We'll be doing a lot of reading during that portion. So we'll get to it. Thank you for that. Moose back-to-back Big Ten titles. But Michigan hasn't played anyone. Meanwhile, Michigan has outscored everyone 184-40 in 6 games. So both can be true. Michigan has outscored everyone 184-40. That is factual, I believe. I did not do the math myself, but it appears. Oh, okay. So it's been updated. So Michigan hasn't played anyone. They played I'm going to be kind, decent Rutgers team. And they played a Minnesota program that's usually good, not great by any stretch, but 11-2, 9-4, 9-4, good the last 3 regular seasons or last 3 full seasons. But Minnesota is clearly not a good football team. And then Nebraska is awful, and everybody else, of course, non-conference is awful. So Michigan hasn't played anyone. I would say I cannot think of a team in college football, or let me state it this way. Every other team in the FBS has played a better team than the best team Michigan has played. I'm pretty sure of that. Like, who's the best team Michigan has played? I guess Rutgers, maybe Minnesota. Those are the 2 best teams they've played. Name every other team in college football, and they've played somebody better. Every team. I'm pretty sure I can make that statement. Pretty sure. Just go through the Big Ten. Ohio State, well, they played Notre Dame and Maryland. Well, Maryland, they played Ohio State. Michigan State, well, they played, Iowa, Washington. Bingo, there you go. Indiana, well, they played Louisville, Ohio State. Okay, enough of that. Rutgers, well, they played Michigan. Penn State played West Virginia and Iowa. All right. Northwestern played Penn State. Illinois played Penn State. Minnesota played Michigan. Minnesota played North Carolina. Iowa played Penn State. Wisconsin played Washington State. And Nebraska played Colorado, and they played Michigan, and they played at least those two games. Minnesota. That's in the same realm, obviously, as Rutgers and Minnesota. So, yeah, everyone in the Big Ten, and we could continue this through the nation. So all I'm saying is Michigan, every team in the nation has played a better team than the best team Michigan has played. Is that Michigan's fault? Yes and no. Yes, in that they scheduled the non-conference games. Michigan schedules its non-conference games, so they are responsible for and should be open to criticism for scheduling a crappy non-conference schedule, just like they did last year. So you, the Michigan fan, shouldn't defend it. You should just say, yeah, their schedule sucks. I can't do anything about it. They will play two excellent teams at some point and a third good team, decent team, Maryland. That's what they're going to play this year. That's what it all comes down to. Michigan is playing two really, really good teams, maybe great teams, but really good teams, and they're playing one decent team, and that's their schedule. And Purdue's let them down, Minnesota's let them down, and who's the other game in the West? Nebraska. So those could have been decent teams, but they're not. Now, Michigan's Big Ten schedule is the Big Ten schedule. They can't do anything about that. I do not blame them. Do not go after them, criticize them for their Big Ten schedule, of course. But yeah, I will continue to criticize them for an awful non-conference schedule. Now, if Michigan goes on and wins a Big Ten championship, that has nothing to do with their schedule in terms of non-conference scheduling, because it's solely on conference games. And then if Michigan marches on to a national championship, I will say they won the national title and they deserved it, because at that point they would have beaten Ohio State and Penn State in a Big Ten championship game and two playoff games, and they will have proven it. But as it stands right now, they haven't played anyone. This is just a fact. When Ohio State didn't play anyone in 2019, now they did play Cincinnati, who was a 10-3 pretty upper echelon bowl team, and beat them 42-0. All right, Mark, I lied. It's 224-40. So one key to the super chats would be you to make a mistake. When you send in a super chat, please make a mistake on the super chat, and then you can send in another super chat. Ha, ha, ha. All right, let's get to the next call. We've had Michael waiting forever. Michael, how you doing tonight?
Hey, Mark. How you doing, sir?
I am doing just fine. I appreciate you waiting. How you doing?
Hanging in there before I head off to work here in a little bit, man. Boy, I tell you, the chat is crazy tonight, man.
What are they crazy about?
Oh, it's just we've had to time people out. You just guys paid a few minutes ago, but we got it all under control. Hey, got a question for you. First of all, did you get my DM I sent you last night?
Yes.
All right. I didn't know if you did or not, stuff like that. But no, I tried, but never heard back. I'm not going to rush it. But hopefully there's stuff like that. Yes, I did say about a week or so ago, Purdue can go 3-2 in their next 5 games and stuff like that. Is this still – well, that was going into the Iowa game, Michigan, Ohio State, Nebraska, and then Minnesota. Is it possible they can still go 3-3 in the next – or do you think it's the last cause down for Purdue football this year?
Well, here we go, Michael. Let's look at it. There's the schedule. All right. Now, I am not discounting that they could upset Ohio State this Saturday. They could.
Yeah.
Most likely they won't. So let's.
All right, I got to ask you this. Do you take the points with Ohio State? Or, lay the points with Ohio State, or you take the points with Purdue?
What's the point spread? I haven't looked
19
at
19.5.
19.5. I would tend to lean Purdue's way on that one. All right. So Ohio State and Michigan are losses. That brings them to 2-6. So they got to sweep the other 4. Unless they pull off a major upset, they have to win all those games. Well, I will say this, Michael, if this makes you feel better, Purdue, based on what's been played thus far, they are a better team than Nebraska. They're better than Minnesota, Northwestern, and Indiana. They're better than all those teams. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to sweep all those games, though.
Yeah. True. And what did you have? I can't remember. Did you have them 4-8 or 5-7 before the season started?
I did not have 4-8. It must have been 5-7.
All right. No, I was just wondering stuff like that because there were some people saying, "Oh, Purdue's not going," and stuff like that. I'm sure they're just talking smack. But yeah, people just don't take into consideration no more that it's the first year new regime and stuff like that. But what is it with Purdue? They're having a bad year, but with Wisconsin, is it Wisconsin have more people coming back than Purdue did this year?
Well, Luke Fickell was more aggressive in the transfer portal for one thing, but yeah, they didn't lose the star power that Purdue lost with Aiden O'Connell and Payne Durham and Charlie Jones, just right there.
Mm-hmm. No, I was just wondering stuff like that. Yeah, you still got them, but you got Burke, Sheffield, Yassine, Rice, and stuff like that. Plus, you also have Maccabee and stuff like that. Yeah, I can live with 5-7. My thing is, though, I just want Purdue to be competitive. Don't know if that happens. Well, they're forecasting rain for Saturday, and so we'll see what happens and stuff like that. But do you think with Henderson not possibly playing that, it'll be more of how they did with Maryland in the second half, just throw the ball? Since Purdue, I don't know why for the life of me, gives you gaps in the middle of the field and stuff like that.
Well, I think Ohio State wants a fast track, and they don't want rain. I think that plays into Purdue's hands to a certain extent because Ohio State can't run block, and they want to be able to throw the ball. They had a game similar to that last week season against Northwestern, and it took them forever to get untracked.
The infamous snow game up in Evanston.
Well, there was no snow. It was wind. It wasn't that cold. It was just 50 mile an hour. It was the same day that Purdue played Iowa.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
That day.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. You're right. I was just wondering stuff like that. No, I was just wondering stuff like that. But no, I just wonder, hopefully, and stuff like that gets better and stuff like that. But no, if I was kidding with Erica and stuff like that, joked with Erica the other day, if Carrick Ferentz and them left and stuff like that. How nothing against Kevin, the coordinator for DC for Purdue, but how I would love to have Phil Parker.
Oh, well, sure. He's arguably the best in the business.
But
I would not be super surprised. I would be slightly surprised. Of course, Ohio State's a much better team than Purdue, but I wouldn't be that surprised if we had an upset in West Lafayette.
Question is, are you going to watch the game on Peacock, or are you watching the big noon game Saturday?
Well, I try to watch about 3 to 4 games at the same time. Really, only 2 can I watch, but yeah, I'm going to watch Ohio State and Purdue.
All right. I was just wondering something. But my thing is, what is it with Phil Parker? As good as he is, and I was talking with Erica the other day about this. Is it he just rather be defensive coordinator? And yeah, he's still young, 60. Well, not really that young, but still. Or is it he just had offers before and doesn't want to be a head coach?
Well, it could be similar to what we've seen out of Brent Venables for the last 10 years, that he was offered particular jobs, was very close to getting the Auburn job, and he was waiting just for the job that he was looking for.
Yep. Oh, one last thing before I let you go. Barry Alvarez is the best thing since sliced bread for Big Ten football in the last 30 some odd years. what he has done is night and day for the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there because I think his influence went well beyond what Wisconsin was able to achieve. Yeah.
Yeah, and is he still the athletic director, or did he retire from Wisconsin?
Yeah,
or is he just like
he's still the athletic director.
All right, I didn't know if he was still there or not, or if he retired. Because I think, isn't he like a consultant for like the CFP or the Big Ten still?
I think he's a consultant for the CFP.
All right, no, I wasn't sure and stuff like that.
Check on that.
Stuff like that. Then, all right, Mark, I am off. I'm gonna catch the last few minutes of the stream, then get dinner and stuff. Enjoy the last part of your show, man.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Have a good night. Yeah, so Ohio State, a 19.5 point favorite, which I think makes sense, but I still think that, yeah. And I typically don't bring this up because for me, what's happened in the past to those players, those coaches. It doesn't mean anything. But man, Ohio State does have a history going to Purdue. And I'm telling you, if you go through the numbers, their winning percentage there in the last 20 plus years, it's worse than it is. It's been tougher for Ohio State to play there than it has for them to play at Michigan. Let's put that in perspective. They lost there in 2009. They lost there in 2018. They lost there in 2011. Those are the three that come to mind. So those are the last three trips. Did they had another, Urban Meyer, besides that 2018 game, the other Purdue games, he killed them and they won the games at home. But going to West Lafayette, yeah, it started with Jim Everett in 1984, beating a Big Ten championship Ohio State team. And then they had other issues in West Lafayette since then. All right, let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We got Michigan Man here.
What's up, Mark?
Not too much. What's going on?
Just another day, man. Hey, let's start out with this question.
Yes.
Is Michigan clearly better than Ohio State today?
Yes.
Okay. Good answer. So I was reading.
That doesn't mean Ohio State can't beat them and win the Big Ten title and all of that. But
I think it's any given Saturday for
Michigan's playing better football. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Would you say they're playing better than Penn State?
Yes, I do. You'll see.
You think Ohio State's playing better than Penn State?
My Big Ten rankings showing up here soon. I would say Penn State slightly playing better than. They haven't played that great. The Illinois game wasn't that impressive. The Northwestern, I did not see the Northwestern game. I just kept up with the score and looked at the stats. But I did see Penn State play Illinois start to finish and saw quite a bit against West Virginia. Yeah, I think they're playing better than Ohio State.
Gotcha. You're big on analytics, right? Like,
yeah, I'm an expert at them. I don't crunch numbers all day, but yeah, I like the analytics. Sure.
Gotcha. Do you believe in opponent adjusted analytics?
Yes.
Okay. So you do know that opponent adjusted, Michigan's number one in SP plus, number one in FEI, number one in offensive defensive efficiency. JJ McCarthy is 7th in all-time QBR. My point of this is we could keep harping on this competition thing, but at some point we just got to recognize what Michigan doing is just outside of like Georgia 2021 and some other all-time great teams. What they're doing is unprecedented. It really is.
I don't know that it's unprecedented.
Outside of those examples I gave. I mean, they're in that rarefied air in terms of how they're playing.
Again, why can't both be true? That Michigan's playing better football than anyone in the country and dominating their opponents better than anyone in the country, but they haven't played anyone that good. Both can be true. And they are true. And the other thing in this is that, again, I don't know if you heard my statement a few minutes ago. If you named any team in the country, I almost guarantee that we could name a team that they have played that is better than the best team Michigan has played. And again, from a conference standpoint, that is not Michigan's fault. They just play in line, and it's certainly not the player's fault or the coach's fault. Now, it's the administration's fault and the athletic director about their non-conference schedule. It's his fault, yes.
Yeah, I agree. But my one counter to that is all those teams have also struggled mightily versus bad competition as well, where Michigan just hasn't.
True.
Michigan has dominated.
You're right. Yeah.
Every week. I mean, Alabama, Southern Florida, Texas, Wyoming, Ohio State, Indiana, Florida State, Boston College, Miami. I could go on and on. Every Georgia
multiple times. Yes.
Yeah.
All of them.
So that while that's true, they've also done things that those teams have failed to do, which is utterly dominate in ways those teams just haven't versus said bad competition.
Okay. You did cite, and I don't want to get too nitpicky because I basically agree with what you just said. Now, you could liken Ohio State's effort against Indiana to Michigan's effort against Bowling Green. Especially since Indiana is a better team.
I mean, yes and no. Do you believe in that net success stat?
Net success. I don't know that I know that stat.
I think I shared it with you before. I think we've had this conversation about Bowling Green before. I shared you the stat before. Basically, it's a stat that looks at how well a team prevents one team from moving the ball and how well that team moves the ball on that team. That week, they were number 2 in net success rate. And that game, really, if we look at that game, it was really just JJ throwing 3 picks. Yeah, is that not good? But if you look at the game as a whole, they had the second most dominating game of that week, according to that stat. So you can't say that for Ohio State versus Indiana. And that game was actually, I mean, we're being real. That game was, it was 23-3. They really didn't, do anything for most of the game. And Ohio State has only scored 1 touchdown in the first half versus all their Power 5 opponents. They can't, we've gone, I mean, I'm not going to get harp on it, but Ohio State has shown a lot of things, again, that Michigan just hasn't shown.
Yeah, they've also had a first-time starting quarterback in that game against Indiana, and he is getting an extra game every week that is more important to his progress than J.J. McCarthy's experiences to his progress. You follow my line of thinking? If they both have a ceiling, McCord's further away from his ceiling, whatever that is, and he should be getting closer and making more progress toward that ceiling every week than J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy's probably very close to his ceiling, and Kyle McCord is not.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with that. I mean, I think Kyle McCord, I think obviously he has room to grow. It's his first year. I'm just not sure how much room, and that's to be determined. I don't think he will ever reach. I don't think he's going to be. Well, actually, I'm going to be confident and say I know he's not going to be on a Haskins, Fields, or C.J. Stroud level. I think I've seen enough to know that he's not going to reach that, but that doesn't mean he still can't grow some. In terms of JJ, the thing with JJ is it's also, people like to talk about numbers and all this, but it's hard to really hold that against JJ when he's playing 2.5 quarters a game. I mean, if he was playing, I think I saw someone say this today, he's got the 7th best QBR all time right now. All time, not just this season, all time. If he was playing even a full 3 quarters in these games, he might be in the Heisman conversation, but he's only playing 2.5 quarters a game. So I don't know, man. We talk about ceiling. What is JJ's ceiling? He's not even playing 3 quarters in a game.
Yeah, but he's playing bad competition. So we do know that I can about guarantee that his QBR at the end of the season is not going to be as good as it is now.
Probably not. I mean, well, speaking of that is when we talk about ceiling, it's going to be interesting to see what that is against the competition you're talking about. He could be amazing against competition based on his new ceiling. We don't know what that is. You get what I'm saying? Like, as good as he played against Ohio State last year, he didn't really have to do much against Penn State, and obviously TCU threw 2 pick sixes. But even in that game, he showed a lot of good things outside of those 2 pick sixes. If his ceiling is even better this year, it's going to be interesting to see how he performs against said competition.
Yeah, I'm not stating that just because the competition is going to be better that he's going to go into the tank by any stretch. He's the best quarterback in the Big Ten, and he's one of the best in the country.
I'm with you on that.
Have you checked out to see how dominant Ohio State's defense has been in regards to yards per play?
I think Michigan's number 1 now in that category.
Are they?
Yeah, they passed them up. I had a stat today. I saw that today. Ohio State's 2 now. And mind you, Mark, that when your starting defense is only playing 2.5 quarters a game, that other quarter and a half is going to affect that stat. Sure. Ohio State starters are playing outside of the Western Kentucky game. They're playing the majority of these games.
Here we go.
Indiana, they played all 4 quarters. Notre Dame, they played all 4 quarters. Maryland, they played all 4 quarters. Youngstown State, they probably played 3.5 quarters. And then Western Kentucky, obviously, they didn't play much in the second half.
According to this, did they add the last game?
No, they didn't. I don't. We'll see.
They got Michigan.
No, they didn't.
Michigan had 6 games.
Are they? Where's Michigan at?
Number 12.
Number 12. Okay. Well, I guess I saw a different one there. I must have saw a different one. Well, regardless, my point, I mean, even them being at number 12, considering again that the starters have only played, like the starters have scored more points than they've allowed. Think about that for a second. In 6 games.
I hear you. You don't have to prove that Michigan's an excellent team to me.
Yeah, I mean, in defense efficiency, I believe they're 1. But again, these numbers are so. This is a weird year for specifically Michigan, because the numbers are hard to really read when, again, you got. I mean, against Minnesota, they played 74, 75 players. Like, it's hard to really take numbers. I mean, I would take any number Michigan has. I would take that number and then think, wow, if they even played a full 3 quarters, 3.5 quarters, they probably are in the top 5 in absolutely every single stat.
Sure.
Every single stat.
That's a definite valid way to look at it, but it's also a valid way to look at it that would they be there if they were playing better teams?
I don't know. I mean, I know that they're close to teams that have played bad teams as well, but have played the whole game. So I feel like the gap would actually, in my opinion, especially on defense, they would be number 1 in everything. Absolutely everything. And I think there might even be a gap there.
Well, I'm not expecting anything different from Michigan, man, than to think that everyone's slighting Michigan in some way.
No, I don't think that, man. I don't think that. I just think people need to realize look, I don't blame them. They're probably not watching Michigan. They don't realize a lot of these things. I wouldn't watch Michigan through these games either. I mean, the games, you know what I'm saying? So I just think it needs to be, a lot of light needs to be shed on exactly how crazy it is what they're doing.
Well, I would say that over the course of my life, I probably watched more Michigan football than any team in the country except for one, I would think. But this year,
I don't mean you specifically. I'm talking.
Yeah, I know. But this year in particular, I have not brought myself to watch any Michigan football games because they're just better games on to watch. I just can't watch them play. It has nothing to do with them. They've been great. They've been dominant. But I'm not.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Awful football game when I can watch like 3 other really good football games, and I'm trying to keep track of everyone. Now I go back and I look. I watch condensed versions, and I look at the numbers and read the recaps and do all those things to try to keep up. But I wanted to watch the Nebraska game from the start, but I was working on a couple videos about the noon games. And as soon as I turned it on, it was 14-0. And Nebraska was moving the ball down the field. And I thought, okay, well, hopefully they can score. And, this can be some semblance of a game for a few more minutes. No, but Braden McGregor, completely blew up that fourth down play. And that was the end of Nebraska for the entire afternoon.
And mind you,
28-0. And then I was out.
And mind you, that's the only time that a team has even sniffed the inside of a 10-yard line. And they were at like the 13. That's the only time that's happened. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. And also,
this could be an epic season for Michigan football. No doubt. It could be.
Yeah, no, it definitely could, man. It definitely could, man. I'm excited, man. I can't wait. We want Georgia, man. We want them. Yeah. Bring them.
I'm not going to argue with you like I heard our buddy Tim last night. So there's nothing that you bring to the table, Michigan man, that is invalid or crazy or anything. I just try to counter punch you just to, bring things back to the center, but you know your stuff, and you always bring up great points on not just Michigan, but everybody that you watch.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Oh, man, I'm going to get going, man. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Oh, we had George on here for a few minutes. Unfortunately, George popped off. The longest running commenter to the channel. The most commenter to the channel. In the history of the channel, there is no doubt. I wish YouTube gave this analytic. This would be phenomenal because they give us all sorts of good analytics that we can use to try to figure out how the secret sauce is made and how to decode YouTube. But look at this. We may get some George here. He is attempting to join us, but I guarantee George has made more comments to this channel throughout the history of the channel than anyone. It's not even close. Not even Christopher Foote, making a late surge here in the last year or so, has reached George's numbers, but he's given it a hell of a try, that's for sure. All right, in the chat. Oh, Nick's here. All right, always before I read Nick's comment here, I can only imagine. Here we go. Mark, it's embarrassing that Ryan Day's definition, by the way, he's 50-6. He won his 50th game of his career. He's lost 6. Okay. Mark, it's embarrassing that Ryan Day, did I mention he's 50-6? His definition of toughness is to barley. Okay. I should read these first, and so I can clean up the typos. Barely able to run the ball, half a yard when the opposing defense only has 10 guys on the field. Embarrassing and so soft. So, Nick, clarify this for me, because I believe this would be unprecedented in the history of football or any athletic competition, that Ryan Day would maybe serve as a proxy for Marcus Freeman in that situation and raise his hand and say, oh, no, stop the play. Stop. Come on. They only have 10 guys on the field. Will you, Marcus, you only have 10 guys. Officials, please tell Notre Dame they only have 10. We want this to be fair. This has to be done correctly. They only have 10 players on the field. Okay, let's get this set 11 on 11. That's the way it's supposed to be. Let's do that. What was he supposed to do? Let's also understand, even if there were 11 players on the field, that they still might have moved the line, scored a touchdown. Yeah. I understand that for everyone that hates Ohio State football, whether that's from Notre Dame fans or Michigan fans or just anybody out there, that you spend a lot of time trying to concoct situations and statistics to make Ohio State look bad. And there are ways to make Ohio State look bad. And if I wanted to roll those off, I could. Believe me, there are ways. There are embarrassing moments in the history of every football program. every football team, every program, there are embarrassing moments. Obviously, the sport has been played for over 100 years. So that exists for everyone. You, however, Nick, failed to hit on any of them right there. All right. George is here tonight. Look at this. George, how you been?
I forgot what I called for. It's been so long.
It doesn't matter. I know that you'll come up with something.
You know what?
How have you been?
I'm 63 years old. I've been great.
Good. Good.
Can anybody else say that?
You having yourself a cold beverage there?
Yeah, it's iced tea.
Okay.
With a frothy top.
I trust you. Yes.
Some good stuff. I get my iced tea from the local iced tea brewery.
Yes, those are commonplace. Those iced tea breweries.
When I go in there, they all know me. The brewers, they go, Mr. Grezik, Mr. Grezik. They're like, I'm like, stop calling me that. Stop that.
I bet they do.
It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. Because I spend like $400 a month there. You know, they're like, I'm their god, you know.
All right, George. This is a Big Ten show. Do you have anything for our Big Ten contingent out here?
Yes. Yes, I do.
How would Florida do?
I feel sorry for the.
I'm trying to help you out here. I'll try to give you something.
I know you're prompting me. I know. I feel sorry for the Big Ten because I'm afraid it's going to happen again. As only maybe Michigan or Ohio State has a chance to unseat the SEC. But I do think they have a chance this year. This is their year. If they don't do it this year, it may never happen. You know.
Yes, well, the SEC.
That's how I feel, Mark.
And yeah, Michigan and Ohio State would be the best candidates to.
That's how I feel about it. If you don't do it this year, it's never going to happen. Yeah. Wait till we.
Even with the entries of USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington.
I'm not even. Mark, can you help me? I need to get.
That I'm the person.
I need to get under the banner of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want Oregon State and Washington State in the Southeastern Conference. I want us to take the ball and run with it. You know.
You had me a little nervous there for a second. Okay. Washington State, Oregon State, yes, in the
yes.
Most of us
the two outcast. I want the two outcast teams from the Pac-12. I want the SEC to adopt them, and they belong here. These are treacherous football teams. They will beat you on any given year. Nobody takes Washington State or Oregon State for granted. They belong in the Southeastern Conference. They are a Missouri. They are whatever. Those guys will beat you on any given year. They belong here with us.
Well, it's a good year for you to be touting those two. Of course, this is the year to do it because this is when they're going to be abolished to wherever they're going to land. But,
I just can't believe anybody left Oregon State and Washington State out of the equation. It makes me mad. I live in Oregon. Them Beavers are badasses. And Washington State is a giant killer. And nobody took them. It pisses me off.
They've both been strong this year. They've both been strong. I think they're going to have a landing spot. I think they're going to probably find safe harbor in the Big 12 would be my guess.
I can't keep track of this. It's too much. Big 12, Big 10, Big 8, Big 6. None of it makes sense. There's like 15 teams in every conference. Why are they calling themselves the Big 10? How many teams are in the Big 10 now?
It will be 18 next year.
It defies mathematics.
Yes, it's
There's 18 teams in the Big Ten, right? Okay, let me get my pen and paper. Explain. Yeah. I'm going to write this down. How's that work?
18 in the Big Ten, 16 in the Big 12.
Right. Why don't you just call yourself the Southeastern Conference and get it over with?
Well, those folks that started the SEC, they had the forethought to know, hey, we might add teams at some point, so let's not attach a number to it.
Look, I have kids coming home from school every day asking me to explain this math to them, and I'm like, I can't explain it. I don't understand how you can be the Big 12 when you have 16 teams. I don't get it.
Well, the Pac always changed their name when they added teams. They went from the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 to the Pac-12.
That's the way it should be. Now it's the Pac-2.
Well, I think the Big Ten was such a strong brand that the powers that be thought, people identify and know the Big Ten. So we're staying with the Big Ten.
I think we should add Oregon State and Washington State to the Southeastern Conference, and we play all our games in a neutral site in Kansas or something, Like, let's make this equitable for everybody.
You hit up Greg Sankey on that one.
I hate him so bad. I want to fire Greg Sankey and the athletic director at Florida and start over.
You're not too happy with Billy Napier?
I'm going to give Billy Napier one more chance. Okay. I'm not going to kiss ass just to kiss ass. If you win, I will praise you. And if you lose, I'm going to call for you to be fired. I think that's fair, don't you?
Absolutely.
I'm tired of having.
We're about to turn the page over to our next host here, John D'Adamo. So George, a couple things here. One, that you can stay on board if you want to, and John will add you to the big panel discussion if you'd like to do that. But before I leave, I always like to hear your latest suggestion for our channel. If you have any great ideas brewing.
My last greatest idea was Mark Roger flip-flops. Have you ever had the best pair of flip-flops you've ever worn? I mean, these are made of pyrostyrene, polyestrix, and approved by the World Health Organization. Open toes, and flip-flops.
We'll get our buddy Joey Foster on that for our merchandise next spring, possibly the flip-flops.
And on the bottom of the flip-flops, you put Ohio State or Michigan State or Michigan. You see how that's going to work, right?
Yeah.
You print your adversary on the bottom and you walk on them.
That's a good little marketing idea. I like that. You would throw the.
That's all I got, man.
You got a few choices. You could go with Georgia or Tennessee,
Georgia
State. Yeah, you could throw them on the bottom of your. How about that, John?
This is brilliant. This is brilliant stuff. We're gonna have to go to Joey Foster and add this to the ideas list for our merch store.
We're gonna have to explain it to everyone when they see their team. I guess you could go either way. You could say I want my team on my flip-flops regardless, or you could say no, I'm gonna put my rival, and I'm gonna be walking on them all the time. That's brilliant.
You got it.
Love it.
Hey, I beg every college football team to text Georgia and say we want Georgia. Just text it to their athletic department. We want Georgia. Go ahead. Let me know how that works out for you. And I hate Georgia, but I already know what's going to happen,
Yeah, they've been winning these games for a long time.
Yeah, it's over. The season is over. This season's over. Georgia wins the national title.
No, they're going to win it again. Wow.
We have an official prognostication.
And people say
right here.
And people say people are saying George cheers for Georgia. No, I don't. I hate Georgia. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty obvious. If you liked Stetson Bennett, you'll love Carson Beck. Like this motherfucker is going to pass for 400 yards on your ass.
Yes, he can spin it. All right,
that's right.
It's over. Right. It's over.
I'm guessing that the more you sip that iced tea, that the more F-bombs we're going to get.
Iced tea.
Iced tea.
So George,
I'm sorry.
Again, I am taking off for the night. And we're doing a USC show at 11 p.m. Eastern time, everyone. We've got USC coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern. John is taking over. So he always does our Ocho show here at 8 Eastern. So you're welcome to stay or we'll bid you adieu for the night, George. But I appreciate you calling.
Hey, when I say fuck, it's spelled with a PH. It's PHUCK. So it's a totally different word. Don't get it twisted. Right.
That's duly noted.
Totally different.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
YouTube's closed captioning is taking.
I don't cuss, man. I don't cuss. I'm not a cusser.
All right, George. Well, it's good to see you.
Thanks, George.
All right. Hey, Mark, good luck to Ohio State this year because I'm worried about you guys versus Michigan.
Yeah, it's not looking
for
good,
obvious
is it?
reasons.
Michigan looks like a superior team. I will state that clearly. George, real quick, just because it's a super chat here from Nick. He's asking why you didn't include Penn State with Ohio State and Michigan.
I haven't recognized Penn State since, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Never mind.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, I think Ohio State will beat Michigan this year, but don't tell Michigan that. Don't tell Michigan. Just put that in your hat.
I won't tell my contacts in the organization. I'll keep that on the DL.
Yeah, I thought you just said Ohio State wasn't close to Michigan.
I think they're going to go crazy on Michigan this year.
Okay.
I would take Ohio State by 10 this year.
Okay.
They are so tired of losing.
Yes.
They can't take losing anymore.
You've calmed my concerns, George. Well, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Relax. It's in the bag.
All right.
Bye.
In the bag.
Thank you,
Thanks, George.
And before I head out, we've also got there's Nick and we've got Erica. Erica, thank you so much. Yes,
thanks, Erica.
Flip flops would be the bomb. Erica, thank you so much for your contribution. There, we agree. We do agree. And we've got a Go George from Georgia Reload. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right, John. Well, take it away. So much to talk about concerning Big Ten football.
Absolutely, and we'll have to hit up the Iced Tea Brewery here. This is maybe get a sponsorship going.
We'll get George on that.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you. All right. So we wanted to take that call. Obviously, the legend, the man, the myth, George, who we love very much. But it is time for the Ocho. Just a little late, just 13 minutes. That's it. It's still 8 o'clock technically. So it's the Ocho here at the Voice of College Football, Big Ten Live, and we're very excited to be back. My name's John D'Adamo, and I'm going to take you through the next 2 hours or so, maybe a little less. But thank you all for doing this. If you have not hit the like button yet, okay, please hit the like button. All right, it just takes a second, but please like this video. Please subscribe and hit the bell. All right, very important, and it really does help Voice of College Football. So, with all that said, we do have, I'm going to remind everybody also that tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern is Michigan Wolverines Live at its new time. And not only am I going to be there, but most likely we'll have Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90. And Jeffrey, our buddy, Only Talk Sports, is going to be with us to give the Indiana preview. And we're very excited about that. So our panels so far, we've got an all-Michigan panel, which means everybody else, okay, if you're a Big Ten school, go ahead and hit this link and come on in, because I don't want to be accused of stacking the panel, but I only have 2 callers right now, and they're both Michigan people. So if you hit this link, you can help even things out and add another school's perspective. So we would appreciate that. But coming on board, we've got Michigan Man. And
What's good, man? What's good?
And we got Moose.
What's up, Johnny?
Hey, John, you like that? John, you like that lesson I gave Mark?
Which one would that be?
It was like 20 minutes ago, man. I put him in school, man. I sat him down at the desk, man. Gave him a little lecture on how on this season so far.
Yes. I was in between a couple of things, but I did hear a little bit. But we appreciate the representation as always, Michigan Man. But yes, so the link is in chat, and we ask anybody who's a Big Ten school, come on in. Yeah. The water's fine. Currently it's really amazing blue. So come on in and add some more colors. Yeah.
Here's another school calling, because I don't want to be like, oh, it's all Michigan panel. They're going to talk about Michigan all night.
Yeah. But we do have a Michigan topic to start with. So you two are the best people to speak to this. But I have to cover this news because it's breaking news. And we've heard it from John U. Bacon, who heard it from 2 Michigan sources deep in the administration. We've heard it from Blue by 90, and we've heard it from Sports Illustrated, that Jim Harbaugh is about to receive an extension that will make him the highest paid coach in the Big Ten.
About time.
2 years, two years late. 2 years late.
Yeah, he deserves to be. He should have been. He should have been the highest paid coach in the Big Ten. I mean, look at his track record the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And honestly, they would have did this after the 2021 season, which is when they really should have done it. I think it could have avoided a lot of this. Oh, he's flirting with the NFL. He's actually taking interviews, because if people remember, there was always rumors about the NFL, but he never actually took interviews before 2021. He never actually entertained it. Right. After 2021, he started actually entertaining it, and I feel like that has affected recruiting a little bit. But I think with this contract, I think that's gonna shore things up.
Look, I've said, consider either a lifetime contract or consider at the very least a long contract so that recruiting can get where it needs to get. Because obviously we've missed on some 5-star talent that when Michigan was just a playoff team and has won back-to-back Big Ten championships, but the 5 stars haven't come, right? And I think part of it's probably NIL, but I also think part of it is that there's this every offseason, this will he or won't he jump? And I was saying he might jump because of everything that's been going on with the NCAA and kind of, the Ward Manuel side of it, where, the president of the university had to step in to handle contract negotiations. By the way, really bad sign for Ward Manuel that the president of the university has to come in and handle the contract negotiations, because, the AD is supposed to do that.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. I think he should be gone.
John, that's why I want this contract done, this extension, because once it's done, recruits are going to be like, okay, Jim, we know that Jim's in for the long haul now. We wasn't sure if he's going to NFL or not. So I think that's going to be great for recruiting going forward.
So we do have a caller from Purdue. Michael Hogue is in the house. Michael, thanks for calling in. Michael, you there?
Mikey.
Hey, your audio might be. You're calling. You called earlier. You sounded fine. So yeah, hopefully maybe he's getting an iced tea beverage as our friend George was.
Can you hear me fine, John?
Yeah, you're fine, and Michigan Man, you're fine. So about this, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow on Michigan Wolverines Live too, obviously. But you have to admire somebody who takes a 50% pay cut in 2020, swallows his pride, right? Fires Don Brown, rearranges the staff, brings back the Stanford 2009 offensive playbook, and then they start winning, right? They start winning in 2021 with Cade McNamara. Then you have JJ McCarthy, who's on your Michigan Man on your avatar there, and
that's a good pick, huh?
Yeah, great pick. And
look at the swag. Look at that swag he got in that photo, man. Look at that swag.
Yep, free Harbaugh, back-to-back Ohio State victories, back-to-back Big Ten, and currently a stat that is of note. And I don't even you can say ain't played nobody all you want, but when you're going 6.7 opponent points per game, that's first in the country out of 133 schools. That's a notable stat, right? And so I don't care.
Well, and mind you, John, they've only allowed 2 touchdowns in 6 games with the starters. The starters have scored more on defense than they've even allowed.
Right. Absolutely. We
Also,
do have one more caller, Buckeye fan. We got Sean Garner in the house. Hey, Sean.
Yo. How you doing, everyone?
What's up?
And also, John, Michigan
some balance brings some reason to this discussion.
Yes.
Michigan is averaging 37 points, and they're only giving up 6 points.
First time since 1993.
Yeah.
First time anyone's. What's the first time since 1993?
First time since 1993, a team has averaged more than 30 and given up less than a touchdown through it was through 5 games. It might even be longer than 1993 now if it's through 6 games.
And they won a natty in 93 too, FYI.
That would have been Florida State then that year?
Yeah, it was Florida State.
They didn't really win the natty. I will never give Will love hearing this. I will never give them credit for that national championship.
Well, my problem with people with this is if we're going to do this before the BCS, I'm not trying to get off track, but before the BCS, no one played for a national title. So we're going to have this logic of I'm not going to count this because they voted this way. Then let's not count any championship pre-BCS. But besides the point.
I would just say, like, Notre Dame would have been the champion at any conference under those circumstances.
It was flawed. That's what we can say. It was flawed. The 2 best teams never played each other.
You heard it here. Notre Dame 93.
National championship.
So with that, we do have our Week 6 review. And Sean, you came at the perfect time.
Nice.
Because my question to you, and we'll start with you and we'll get to the other panelists as well. It seemed that in the second half, Ohio State seemed to be getting back to what we expect Ohio State to look like, right? The first half, I think Maryland fought really hard.
They kicked their ass the
obviously
first half.
some miscue, but
I mean, like they way outplayed us in the first half. It was a miracle that game was tied at that point.
Well, yeah, Tua's I always say Tua. Mini Tua is going to always mini Tua. Like every big game he has, he throws like 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, he has to do a lot for that offense. He has to do a lot is put on his shoulders there. So if he's not trying to make plays, and when you try to make a lot of plays, sometimes they go the other way on you. And
honestly, their receivers dropped a lot of balls.
I mean, they dropped a few. There weren't. I didn't notice that much watching the game, but yeah, I mean, their receivers probably aren't even quite as good as they were last year. But they're solid. They're effective. But get back to this as Ohio State back to being the Ohio State? No, because the Ohio State could run the ball, and
Chip had some yards.
What is it?
Chip had some yards. Check it out. I got the
was
stats
it 20
up,
for 61?
Yeah.
3 yards a carry. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Cancel the season.
Yeah.
And mind you, Maryland has a terrible rush defense.
Terrible.
Everyone was running on Maryland before that game.
Terrible might be overstating it. It's not.
They're ranked like 60. Before that game, they were ranked like 65th in the country against the run.
Yeah, like I said, terrible might be overstated. 65th is average.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
Considering also who they played. I mean,
yeah, I mean, Travion being out this game had some impact. I'm not sure how much. I don't know how much Travion could have done with what was in the holes there. He can occasionally bounce one outside and gut you, and sometimes that's helped our rushing stats. Some of the years where we'll average 4.5 at the end of the game, but really it's like 2 big runs from Travion.
Oh, you were missing that for sure. Like even in the Notre Dame game, Travion had 14 carries. 1 carry was for 60-some yards. The other 13 was for 43 yards.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a problem. It's an issue, and the tackle play just needs to get better. They need to be able to get to the second level on a lot of these spots, and I think some of the schematics they do is like they try to implement a power running game out of personnel sets that aren't really good for power running. Like they'll be in 11 personnel. They'll still have a lot of wide receivers working, and he has no lead back, and they're just running into walls.
Well, yeah, and they also didn't their O-line recruiting has never been to recruit to be a power O-line. Like a power O-line is big. They're not big enough to be really doing that scheme.
Did you see Paris Johnson and DeJuan Jones? Those were massive human beings.
Oh yeah, at the tackle, 100% at the tackle position. But in the interior, and you don't have those guys this year, mind you. In the interior, that's just not that's never been their style. They've always been more of a stretch zone run team. They've never really been a gap scheme team.
No, not at all. And I pointed this out last week. There was a shot that amused me, where there was a shot like just of the Michigan O-line when they were playing Nebraska, and I was kind of amazed at how kind of old school Michigan's O-line looked like. They got big bellies hanging out over their gut and stuff, and you don't see many O-lines that look like that nowadays. I mean, they're the best O-line in the country. And they look different than any O-line you will see just on the hoof. And I mean, our guys, our O-linemen all look in good shape, strong, slender guys. They're not getting the job done.
Sean, let me ask you: would it be a stretch?
Offensive linemen are fatties. That's funny.
Would it be a stretch to say that Marvin Harrison Jr. is propping up your offense pretty much? Like he's. I mean, his stats were pretty remarkable.
Yeah,
did he have like 15 targets in that game?
He was incredible in this game, and considering like it wasn't at all a guarantee that he was going to play in this game, I mean, it's something. I think if we lost Marvin, our passing game would be fine, would be good. It's effective. I mean, Emeka Egbuka is still really good.
Sure.
Cade Stover is maybe the second best tight end in the country.
Yes.
I mean,
under Bowers, yeah. Bowers one, Cade Stover two.
It's there's no question that, I mean, he adds so much value to it, and it wouldn't be at all a stretch to say that he propped up the offense this week, because
that's what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Does this guy realize that Michigan has one of the best strength and conditioning coaches in all of college?
I didn't mean anything though, like a pejorative.
No, he didn't mean it like
talk
that.
about their bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, like they're built. I'm sure that's by design.
Oh, hold
Like
they're
all out of shape.
Yeah, hold on. Homage Hero, that's my bad. I was looking at their rushing offense. Their rushing offense was in the 60s, not their rushing defense.
Okay.
But
yeah,
I mean,
no, I knew what you meant.
I mean,
you mean it as a compliment.
Michigan's strength and conditioning coach, they obviously have a plan with everything they're doing, with what they want their play, how they want to build their bodies to perform what they're doing. I'm just saying. All I was saying is, you look at Michigan's O-line. They look different than most O-lines across the country. They have a different strength and conditioning program. Most O-lines are going to want different body types than what Michigan's trying to implement. I don't think that's unfair to say. I mean, Michigan's got guys that are 315 to 330 all the way up and down that line, and it works.
Yeah, your defense, I will say, whether you look at, Tommy Two Thumbs or, some of the plays that like Proctor and Ransom were making, and you saw Birkin. I saw Birkin there. You can see it right here on the screen. But is your defense now to the point where it's actually, because in my mind whereas before the offense was propping up the defense, now it feels like the defense is propping up the offense. Like the defense has taken, I think, a couple of steps up from last year.
I think they changed the philosophy, the philosophy of their defense.
Yes, they did.
So last year they literally blitzed. Like I don't know what the percentage is, but I would assume
blitz, zero blitz.
I would assume it was like almost this year.
And it probably kills Jim Knowles to be playing as conservatively as they're doing right now. But I mean, their coverage unit, secondary and linebackers, they're all performing. I mean, that's fantastically right now. I mean, Talia, what was his final? He was right around 50% pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, he was 51%.
Yeah. I mean, and like that's a high efficiency thrower right there with a really good offensive game design. He didn't have a lot of places to go with the football in this game, and they're going to have to keep playing.
I wonder what his adjusted completion percentage is.
I mean, I don't think he had like a lot of. I didn't see him like throw the ball away a lot in this game. I didn't see him like just sort of throw it to the stands or maybe they dropped the ball more than I recognized in this game, but I didn't notice that watching it in game live being a huge issue.
So I think that Corey, your point is taken that in terms of like I think Colston Loveland's potential could be higher than Cade Stover, but what we've seen so far on the field, Cade Stover's impact is I think that what he's put out there on the field is a little bit higher. Like I would put it 2-3 though. I mean, I would put Loveland as a strong 3.
I mean, yeah, I guess I don't have to admit that Cade Stover is worse than Colston Loveland. I mean, Loveland's a fantastic player too. He's a great weapon. But I mean, Stover has been a real weapon and all. I mean, he's been a safety valve and he's been a big play threat.
Yeah.
And he's also doing better than I expected in the run game. He's a better blocker, much better blocker this year than he was a year ago. So
yeah, and also keep in mind that while Loveland is used sometimes as a blocker, he's more the receiving threat, whereas AJ Barner, and you guys probably have the same thing. Like AJ Barner and Bredesen are more used as the blockers in our offense, and Loveland is kind of the receiving tight end. I feel like you guys probably have a similar.
Yeah. It's kind of ironic because both their two tight ends, Stover and G. Scott are people that transition. Stover transitioned from linebacker to tight end, and Scott came in as a wide receiver. And you would think the linebacker would be the guy lined up tight to the line of scrimmage and be more of the run blocking kind of guy. But that's been G. Scott more this year, and I think it's mostly because Stover's is a real weapon in the passing game, and that's that takes priority.
Absolutely. So, final thoughts on this game, Sean, before we move forward.
Lot to work on. Really nice final outcome, and they finished the game very well. But there are warts all over this team. I think they're still not as strong and physical against the run, against the inside run, as they're going to need to be, because Penn State and Michigan, that's what they like to do. If we were going up against teams that really like to chuck it 50 times a game, I would feel much better. Stylistically, it's I think we can get there. Maybe we can. I think there might be some personnel issues. We're not as big on the defensive line as maybe we should be. Maybe we need to be, and that just might be a problem that we can't fix. But
quick note on that. I got a theory with that, man. I think, and mind you, the linebackers actually graded out the worst on Ohio State's defense this past week on PFF. They graded out the worst. Yeah. Because if you look at that, the safeties were making a lot of the tackles on the run game, not the linebackers. And also, I personally believe that last year you had to blitz to stop the run. If you watch this year, because look up Ohio State's. I think they're 26 to 30 in rush defense.
And that's worth playing like Western Kentucky, who doesn't run the ball.
Yeah, and I think that's because
Maryland is not a great running team either.
Yeah, no, and I think you might see that versus Penn State and Michigan. And I don't know if the bend don't break is going to work against those teams, because those teams like to do that. They like to go down the field and control the ball. So just something to watch out for.
I mean, maybe they can make some. They're probably going to have to make some adjustments and take a few more risks on defense. But the good part is that, I mean, with Igbinosun and Hancock coming along as the second corner and Nichols too, we're much stronger in the secondary. So I don't feel as bad putting that back unit up in man coverage, leaving them on islands this year. So
yeah, I actually think that was more on Knowles last year, honestly. When you're leaving guys on an island and there's no help over the top, you're going to get burnt against the top team.
And I mean, the tackling in both the Michigan and the Georgia game, like the last level tackling was just atrocious. I mean, it was awful. There were a couple, and you miss tackles when you're in the secondary on an island. That's 6,
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's but yeah, I mean, if we don't get better, we're going to have to. If we don't get better just up front with what we're doing, then we're going to have to make some adjustments and take some risks.
Honestly, man, I think you might have to just go air raid.
Ooh. Oh, I've been saying this for a while. I think Day has a
he has an ego issue right now. I'm going to say that. He has an ego issue where he's trying to prove something.
Instead of just doing physical.
He needs to just do what they've recruited their team to do. Just chuck the ball, man.
And that's what they started to do, to his credit, towards the end of the second quarter, and especially in the third. They started playing to their strengths again. Because I agree. In the first quarter, it was very much this: we have to prove something, which I think is residual from the whole Notre Dame situation. And hey, I'm going to fight an 86-year-old man and all this other kind of stuff. The play calling in the first quarter was like, we need to prove something. We need to prove we can run and have tight ends and be more physical. And then they started slinging it to MHJ, who's going to be a first-round draft pick.
Well,
like I could see this.
First round is very, very much underselling it. He's going to be
top 5.
Yeah.
And honestly, these type of coaching things where you're trying to prove something when you don't need to, end up biting you. Instead of working on the things that you know you're good at nonstop, and instead focus on things that, quite frankly, you're not that good at, it could end up biting you.
Yeah. No, and there's like I thought the 2021 Michigan game, we weren't having any success running the football, and we had a quarterback and a wide receiver room that any team in the NFL right now would take.
Yep.
Is there a team right now that wouldn't trade what they have for? Well, I mean,
CJ Stroud could be the best rookie.
Olave,
ever.
Wilson, Smith, and JSN.
Smith and Jigba. Yep.
Harrison couldn't even get on the field that year.
Yeah,
that's how. That's how loaded they were. I mean, and we were spending first and second down, getting a total of 3 yards, and wasting possessions in a game where our defense wasn't up to snuff. We couldn't waste possessions, but because we were trying to get a running game, trying to get a semblance of balance, the game got away from us.
So we do have a couple other games to hit, and so talking about the air raid, I figured this is a fitting next game. Wisconsin played Rutgers on Saturday, and Tanner Mordecai had 0 picks. Great job.
Really?
So he had no picks. Gavin Wimsatt actually had more passing yards, but it was close. But he also was running.
That pick 6 really bit him. That pick 6 in the red zone.
Yeah.
If he doesn't throw that pick 6, I think
they probably win that game if he doesn't throw the pick 6.
Yeah. Or they at least have a chance to win it.
Well, they probably get points. They'll get points regardless out of that drive.
Yeah.
They were like at the 10-yard line or something.
Would have been 10-3 and 17-0. Big difference.
Yeah. Braylon Allen, obviously 101 yards, a touchdown, probably top 3 running back in the entire nation. Had a strong showing, but my question overall about this game, and I do think that the Rutgers, the pick definitely didn't help, but is Wisconsin figuring their new offense out now? Mark mentioned earlier, the Wisconsin offense is figuring it out. I heard that earlier. What do we think about what we've seen from the Wisconsin offense and how they've progressed since the spring game debacle with the 4 picks?
Well, they put up 17 points in this game, right? I mean, it's not like they.
Rutgers has a decent defense, though.
Well, they definitely do. Yeah,
sure.
I mean, they've got a solid. They're a salty unit, but I mean, like that wasn't an overwhelming performance to say like they're.
No, and Rutgers could have easily won that game if it wasn't for really one mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like from a receiving perspective, it was pretty balanced. There wasn't like one definitive talent that spoke out. But yeah, both defenses, they're two. When you think of Big Ten football, Rutgers and Wisconsin's defense, those are 2 tough defenses. And you could see by how the score was. So, obviously 37 total points in the entire football game.
Yeah. I mean, Wisconsin, I thought Rutgers actually did a little better offensively than I thought they would. I mean, their offense is nothing special. I mean, they're very
right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I was expecting Wisconsin to kind of eventually wear them out and run away with this game, and they never really did. I mean, it was competitive up until about 3-4 minutes left in the game. So
I think Wisconsin watched the Michigan game against Rutgers and did a very similar thing on defense. Basically, like limit Moneguy's productivity and force Wimsatt to have to be the one to carry the team in rushing, because this is a very similar stat line, at least at this level, to the Rutgers Michigan game, where their top running back was basically neutralized.
Yeah, whenever they run that zone read play, just crash. And, make Wimsatt. Don't even give Wimsatt a choice to hand it off. Make him go outside on you. Yeah, it was.
There you go. You got a compliment from LFG right here. There you go. There you go, Sean.
Nice.
We appreciate that. And if you do like the content, you haven't done it already, please do hit the like button, subscribe to the Voice of College Football. And if you really want to support, you can, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, hit the Amazon link, get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks, or you can join our Patreon or YouTube membership. So Patreon is $5. YouTube membership is $2.99 a month. And you get access to our Discord chat, our betting, the Mark's betting guide, and the Under the Radar pick every week with Steve Merrill. There's a lot of good stuff. And you can be on the After Dark panel, which is with Exploring with Ben every Sunday night. So lots of good stuff that you can get by contributing with the Voice of College Football. So really appreciate everybody there. So the first game we saw this weekend was kind of an interesting one. Nebraska, I think, left a lot of points on the board. They made some pretty boneheaded mistakes, and this could have been like 42-7, honestly, based on what I saw on Friday night. So I don't know if y'all saw the Nebraska-Illinois game.
I unfortunately I did. It was
this was like the only thing on that day.
Yeah, I could have gone and watched a high school football game somewhere around here. There was plenty going on, but I tortured myself into watching this game. I wasn't ordered by the court or anything to view this, and I still did.
Nebraska is only allowing 75 rush yards a game.
How much did Michigan have on them, too?
200 and something. Yeah.
Wow. So imagine how their schedules. The offense.
That's still impressive.
Heading into that game, though, Nebraska was only giving up 46 a game before the Michigan game. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Here's what's notable. Illinois, and I've said this a bunch of times on the show, but I went to the Michigan-Illinois game and I watched Chase Brown just tear us up, and so when I think Illinois, Brett Bielema, I think tough defense and I think running, and Nebraska was able to hold them to their top rusher to 5 carries, 15 yards. So that's pretty notable.
That's a Matt Rule effect right there. If he can fix anything, probably in a hurry, it's tackling and
physicality,
gap discipline, and physicality. That's something.
Real quick, Darrell. Hey, Darrell, did talent matter the last 2 years when Michigan beat Ohio State? What did talent matter on the field? I'm just curious.
We can focus on it, but the real will never change his opinion on this. He's had the same opinion for the longest time, which it makes. Don't get me wrong, it comes from. It does come from I guess a somewhat large thing. But my thing is, when a team shows you on the field, you should always take the field, how they perform on the field over everything. Yeah. If a team on the field is playing at a top 3 level, I don't care what their recruiting was. If they're playing at an elite level on the field, that's all you should be looking at.
Yeah. Sean, you mentioned the 2021 game, and I would say that was probably one of the most talented Ohio State offenses I've seen, and they're all playing on Sundays basically. So
including 3 of the O linemen in that game.
Also, quick side note. Darrell, you talk about recruiting as well, right? What about NFL prospects? Michigan has more NFL prospects this year than any team in college football. When we're talking, I would take players that could play in the NFL over quote unquote 5 stars before they even touch the college field. So we can end it right there.
Michigan has a chance. Michigan has a chance this year a real chance to break the record for most players drafted.
Yeah, that destroys.
And I mean, you probably don't want that to happen because that will mean, well,
we're gonna take a step back next year. I'm already gonna
absolutely.
We're taking a step back next year. I agree with that, but that just trumps everything Darrell says. Because if the NFL is going to take 15 guys in the draft, I don't care what I don't care if they were a 4 or 5 star in high school. They're NFL caliber players now.
And experience matters too. Michigan's got a team, like so many players have played so many snaps in college.
Let me
like 4th and 5th year guys. Mm-hmm.
Let me say this real quick. There's levels to it too. Just because you get 4 or 5 stars doesn't mean they're going to pan out to be great players. No. You got to have strength conditioning. You got to have the right development. Yeah. You can't just throw a 5-star on the field and think, oh, he's just going to take over and he's going to be great. That's not how it works, man. That's what Darrell doesn't understand. There's more levels to this.
It does to a degree, makes a huge difference. If you want to be the very, very best, like super elite, win national championships.
I halfway agree with Darrell.
Share of blue chip talent, and then you need to develop them. Like that's not an end game. It's like, well, we got this. We got these 3 guys, and they're going to carry us.
Yeah, I halfway agree with Darrell. I do think that there's a precedent that recruiting high typically goes to a championship level, but at the same time, when a team like Michigan, for example, has 15 potential draft picks, you throw that out the window. Like, who cares? They got the NFL recognizes them as having NFL talent across the board, so who cares? We can move on.
Like the teams that are typically really high in blue chip talent, the Georgia, Alabama, some extent Ohio State, they're pretty young and they're going. There's this year. This is Michigan can't win a national title this year. This is,
this is the year. It's this year, or it's going to be a couple because of the schedule of how the scheduling's changed. But
with everything going on, yep.
Let me be so I tackle this from 2 different angles, right? There's the angle that just addresses it head on, the talent differential, and we just look at recruiting and we just look at talent, right? And you look at blue chip ratio. And there were 3 national championship teams since 2010 that had a lower blue chip ratio than Michigan. Auburn, FSU, and Clemson. What do all 3 have in common?
Extremely great quarterbacks.
Some of the best quarterbacks you've ever seen. JJ has the potential, I think, to take that leap. He's shown signs at times of that. He's also shown mistakes. But I think he's shown more potential than he's shown mistakes. And this last game, just some of the plays I've noted that JJ was doing. JJ was directing traffic, and it was early in the first drive when he basically he knew that AJ Barner was open, but he was trying to get everybody. He was like pointing on the other side. It was Aaron Rodgers-esque. He was basically directing everybody this way, and then he throws it to Barner. It's a simple thing, but very few quarterbacks, do. A lot of quarterbacks will stare down their receivers at this level. And, JJ has kind of elevated from that, right? Also just the running ability that he has. You've got to be in this league in order to win. You've got to be I think you've got to be a running quarterback, and you've got to be able to throw and make those decisions. So that's part 1 that I look at, is just addressing the talent thing head on, right? But then let's look at part 2, which Steve Dace also talked about in the Michigan podcast, and Mark agreed. And then I brought it up the other day when I called in. There's also the aspect of, would you rather take an 18 or 19-year-old 5-star guard, or would you rather take 5th-year senior Zach Zinner with like 36 starts, and he was like a high 4-star? Right,
you would take Zach Zinner every time,
and the result on, like, if you watch him on the field, you can see why.
But in order to get there, you have to take Zach Zinner and through his development stages. You have to put him in the game when he's not as good, in order to get now.
I mean, you could make the argument that Harbaugh's staff is the best developers in the country. You can seriously make that argument.
It's none, yeah, absolutely. Especially Sharon Moore on the offensive line. I mean, I mean, I don't know what kind of pictures they have to have on him to have kept him as an assistant to this point, but he's a head coach in waiting without question.
And to address this, and we're going to do no more than 10 minutes of this, and I'm going to keep a timer because we've still got to do one more review and then all of our previews. So we're keeping it to 10 minutes, Daryl. We'll bring you on to give your rebuttal, which I'm assuming you want to give to what's been said. So welcome to the Ocho, Daryl.
Thank you, John, for having me on as usual. Listen, when I say Michigan only has 1% to win the national championship, does that mean I think Michigan is a terrible team? Absolutely not. Michigan should be one of the top 5 teams in the country. Unfortunately, there isn't 5 that win the national championship. There's one team that wins the national championship, okay?
Right.
So, with that being said, I heard something
Then
about
everyone
NFL.
has a 1% chance to real.
Most teams have a 1% chance to win it all, or 0%. 0% is actually the most common number, I believe, that has for teams.
I'll agree with you if you say every team besides maybe Georgia has 1%. I'll agree with you if you admit that right now.
I think most teams, like outside of like 4 teams, have a legit chance to win. I think 4 teams right now.
Daryl, let's stick on this. What percentage does OSU have?
30%.
Yeah, see, that's where you lose me, Daryl. Do you think OSU is anywhere near Michigan right now?
Oh
Yes.
my God!
Jesus Christ!
Can I give my percentages first? Hold on. Can I give the percentages first for people to have the full context?
Yeah, Daryl.
I give Georgia a 50% chance to win the national championship right now. Ohio State has 30%. Texas has 10%.
Texas just lost to OU.
But I mean, like Texas.
Daryl, you lose a lot of credibility when you talk like that.
All right, keep going, Daryl. Keep laying it out.
Alabama has a 5% chance to win it all. Okay. Michigan has a 1% chance. Oklahoma has a 1% chance. Florida State has a 1% chance. Washington and Oregon have a 1% chance. Everybody else I put at 0%.
Daryl, let's stick with Bama and Ohio State just to destroy your whole argument. Ohio State, what have they shown you this year? I'm not talking when they had C.J. Stroud, who's breaking rookie records in the NFL right now. I'm not talking about the Ohio State team that had 2 NFL first top 10 tackles. I'm talking about this Ohio State team that has a mediocre offensive line, that has a quarterback who I think is good, not near Stroud's level. What on the field have you seen? Not recruiting rankings, on the field. Have you seen that they have a 30% chance to win the title?
Well, I think their defense has looked pretty good. I think it's better than expected. I think Kyle McCord is getting better on a game-by-game perspective. I was really impressed with his poise against Notre Dame, driving them down the field against – I know Notre Dame's probably not a top 10 team, but I think they're a legit top 25 team. And if you look at their schedule, they've only got 2 legit teams left to play, and they only probably have to go 1-1 against those 2 to make the playoffs.
Okay, Daryl, you dodged my question, Daryl.
That's going to create some issues.
Let's let Sean ask.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Because
if they go 1-1, that's going to create probably a 3-way tie, and that'll create some issues. But
well, Sean, I'm glad you brought that up. I want to address that. Okay, it goes by your top 3 West opponents. Okay, Michigan and Ohio State have 2 of the exact same opponents, which is Purdue and Minnesota. So they literally
have the edge there because we got Wisconsin.
Right, you got Wisconsin, Michigan's got Nebraska, Penn State unfortunately has to play Northwestern this year. So all tiebreakers I see goes to Ohio State, which means they should win the Big Ten championship, which means if they will get in the playoffs if they have the tiebreaker.
I really hadn't thought of this. This makes me feel great.
Yeah, I know. Hold on.
If Penn State beats Michigan and we beat Penn State, we're just in the playoff, the championship then, right?
Yeah, but hold on. That's a separate discussion. Daryl, I'm talking about how the teams are performing on the field. Their offensive line, Daryl, answer this question. Is the offensive line a good offensive line for Ohio State this year. We'll go position by position.
It's not
here.
good compared to
it's
Ohio
not
State.
good. Okay, it's not good, but they're a 30% chance. Is their defensive line as good as Georgia's or Michigan's?
Oh no!
Right now, Michigan's trenches, both of Michigan's trenches are way better than Ohio State's.
I would agree with that, but I am.
Then what are you doing?
I said I was impressed with Kyle McCord driving down the field against Notre Dame. That is a legit on-the-field reason. I was impressed with their defense. I'm impressed with the second half against Maryland. Those are legit football field reasons. Now, you may disagree with those reasons, but those aren't. Look at the recruiting.
They're real. Kentucky plays Louisville this weekend, and you lose your house if Kentucky loses. You have to exchange Devin Leary for either Kyle McCord or J.J. McCarthy. Who are you taking?
I would love to hear this answer.
Well, that's a tough one, but right now, I'd go with J.J. McCarthy.
The real. You're losing me, bro. So you're saying Michigan's got the better, they're better on both sides of the line. They got the better quarterback. They also got the better running backs. They're better in pretty much everything, but you're giving Ohio State a 29% advantage to win the title.
30x. 30 times.
The real, make it make sense to me.
Hold on, can I respond?
Yeah.
There was a claim made. I would like to respond. Because I think Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State are all going to beat each other in a round robin. I think that is a very likely scenario. And unfortunately for the Michigan man, they do not own the tiebreaker.
That has nothing to do with how good the teams are and their potential of winning the chip.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Ohio State can make the playoff. Hold on. Ohio State can make the playoff, but still be a worse team than Michigan. You realize that, right? Through 6 weeks this year, they're not better than Michigan. Period. You've admitted to that. You said Michigan's got the better quarterback. They're better in the trenches. They're better everywhere. So even if Michigan made the playoff, they still would have the better team based off what we've seen right now.
Now, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Darrell.
Okay. I'm saying who's going to win the national championship. It doesn't matter who's got the better team right now, because the national championship game isn't played tomorrow. Unless I've been mistaken this entire time, I don't see Ohio State or Georgia playing next week. Okay?
So you're projecting a fantasy.
Hold on. I'm still done with let's still go, okay? And unfortunately, the committee values conference championships. So guess what? Because of the Big Ten rules, it's likely Ohio State is going to have the tiebreaker. So you know what? If Michigan even beats Ohio State, there is a chance they beat Ohio State but don't make the playoffs. I have a feeling that could happen. It's crazy. I don't like it, but it's an unfortunate reality.
Okay, Darrell, I'll defeat you with one question. What? Michigan and Ohio State both make the playoff. Does Ohio State still have a 30% chance and Michigan still has 1% if they're both in the playoffs?
I would have to see who they play against.
It's a simple question, Darrell.
I would have to see who they play against.
Still give Ohio State a better percentage to win the title if they're both in the playoffs?
I have to see who they play against, because if Michigan plays Fresno State in the playoffs and Ohio State plays Georgia, obviously that's going to change the percentages. They both play a
mid first. Okay, they both had to. Either way, they're probably playing Georgia in the title game. Either way. So what percent do you give them an equal percentage? You give Ohio State more of a percentage, and you know there's a reason you're not answering it because you know you're gonna get cooked. Oh,
Ohio State, I think, has got a much better chance of beating Georgia than Michigan.
So that's my point. You're going to give Ohio State a better percentage, even though if Michigan makes the playoff, probably beating Ohio State in this scenario, let's say they beat Ohio State and they've shown they're the better team. You've admitted that they're better in pretty much every position, and they're both in the playoffs. You're giving Ohio State a better percentage because of what? Because of what, Darrell?
Because Georgia is just a better version of Michigan.
What does that have to do with Ohio State playing Georgia? Ohio State is not the Ohio State of the past 2 years, Darrell.
I have seen teams like Ohio State beat Georgia before. I haven't seen a team out Georgia.
No. You've seen a different Ohio State team that had C.J. Stroud and a much better O-line compete with Ohio State. This Ohio State team is not that. So, again, I'm going to ask you, what have you seen in Ohio State this year that makes you even think they can compete with Georgia?
Well, I
thought that
the defense is
exactly. You got cooked. We can
you
move
don't need
on.
to score 44 points to win the game this year against Georgia. We wouldn't need to.
You could say that with Michigan. Then I mean, there's nothing Ohio State is doing that is better than Michigan right now. Period. They're not better in the trenches. They can't run the ball. They have one passing touchdown in the first half against every Power 5 opponent they've played. Yet DeReal's going to tell you that they got a better percentage to win the chip because of why. I'll tell you why. Because he's putting it all in recruiting rankings and on past Ohio State teams that don't even exist right now.
Well, hold on.
So let's move on.
Let's wait until Michigan either plays Penn State or Ohio State or Maryland. I mean, come on. The best team Michigan's probably played is Rutgers. Rutgers is a decent team, but they're a top 60 team.
Buzz, okay. We gone 10 minutes. I said we'd get 10 minutes. We're done.
That's good, man. I took him to the barbecue. We can move on.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the debate. Let's go to our next game. So, with this said, we've been talking a lot about Michigan, so we're gonna make this brief. But my last game that I have here, unless someone wants to bring up another, which you're welcome to, but Michigan did just take Minnesota a little bit to the woodshed. And what was really notable about this game, guys, is that 73.
It's 52-10, by the way. 52-10.
Oh, shit. 1 sec.
Don't short the Gophers right here.
Yeah, we want to make sure. Yeah,
you're gonna get an angry letter from the.
Yeah, we don't want to get the Gopher Mafia upset with us. So. 73 out of the 74 players that traveled to Minnesota played in the game. And PJ Fleck made a quote that in his 11 years of coaching, that Michigan is the best football team he's seen. What do we make of that? And we can start with let's start with Moose. I haven't heard. I know you. Yeah, I want to hear from you on this.
I mean, as a coach, I respect the hell out of PJ Fleck. I think he's a great coach, and I hope he turns Minnesota around because he deserves it. He's a good coach. I think that's high praise. I mean, when a coach says that your team is the best team he's seen in 11 years, that's saying. I think that's saying something. I don't think he would just lie and make that up.
You don't know PJ Fleck. that is a silver-tongued salesman, right?
I don't think he would lie about.
He's not even the first one.
He's not out of line, but yeah, he's
also not the first one to say that. Matt Rule the week before said something very similar. So it's not like he's the first one saying that.
Oh, absolutely. No. It's a reasonable assessment. I mean, they're very good. Michigan's a fantastic.
Well, if you're a DeReal, none of that matters. It's just it's just what your recruiting rankings were in the offseason.
I literally started by saying I think Michigan's a top 5 team. Top 5 is pretty good. Michigan's a great team. This is what's expected. Now they get to do the similar thing to Indiana next week, and you know how impressed I'll be? 0%.
Not even 1%.
Hey, DeReal.
Michigan, man. By recruiting ranking and by how many first place votes you get in the voting.
What's funny is it's funny that we clown on, which I get it. You should clown on the schedule. I 100% agree with that.
Sure.
But when a team is doing something, frankly, especially numbers wise, that's historic, you got to acknowledge it. And every other team in the country has struggled versus bad competition. Florida State, Boston College, Ohio State, Indiana. Georgia, for most of the beginning of this season, has struggled against subpar competition. Every team you could think of that's in the top 10 has struggled versus bad competition, except for one, DeReal. Guess who that is? Michigan.
I've said I'm impressed with what they've done so far this season. Okay? But
we can move on, DeReal. Man. You got cooked.
No, if you want to even say Michigan should be number 1 in the country right now, I wouldn't have an argument against it. I just want to see them wait until they play better competition. That's all. I'm just a little skeptical.
Our only disagreement we have is when you start saying things like they got a 1% chance, but Ohio State's got 30. That's the only time we have a problem. But anyways, we can move on.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect them to do against Indiana next week? Do you expect it to be a bigger margin of victory? I mean, Indiana looks like they're in the toilet. They have no idea what they're doing.
No, I expect them to do what they've been doing and take their players out 2.5 quarters into the game and not really care what the stats or what they're about covering the spread.
35-0.
I don't think they care about. They don't care about. They're going to take their players out like they've done every week, 2.5 quarters into the game.
Yep.
And really, if they kept their players in like every other team does, they'd be probably top 5 in every category, number 1 in every defensive category, and it wouldn't even be close. So yeah, let's keep it going.
Maybe I'll give you credit for that because Mario Cristobal in Miami hasn't been able to figure that one out yet. That stats don't matter. So.
All right, we're going to bring in friend of the show, Michael Hogue is back. Michael, are you there?
No.
John, what'd you do?
I did
Hold
nothing.
on. Was that a metaphor for Purdue's season this year? It just came and went. I think that might have been what that was a metaphor.
No.
Come on back in, Michael.
No, I wanted to make one point here. What did the one player who didn't play, like what did he do?
He was the long snapper.
The backup long.
He was the backup long snapper.
You couldn't. I mean, like they had to have punted at one point in the game in the fourth quarter, right? I mean, it's just. I mean, like what?
Hey, man, it is what it is.
Hey, Michael. You there? All right. Give me a few minutes, John, before you bring me in. Never mind. Okay. Well, just let me know when you're ready.
What Big Ten games do you all have next week that are interesting?
Wisconsin, Iowa.
That is a great question. So we've got kind of all the spreads and stuff on here. So starting off, we of course mentioned Indiana. We'll speed through this one, but Michigan is favored by 34 when Indiana squares off against Michigan, and we will have tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports is going to be on to give the Indiana preview tomorrow night. So we're very excited to have Jeffrey, but it does seem like that one's going to basically be a taking to the woodshed game. So I want to move on to ones that are a little bit more interesting. So we've got Ohio State is going to Purdue.
Ohio State's going to blow them out. That's not interesting.
Why is the line 19.5? You're right. I mean, what are the models saying?
I think it's slightly more interesting than Michigan, Indiana. To be fair,
well, that was Minnesota 19.
Yeah, I agree with that too. That line was insanely short.
Maybe they're giving them 7 points because it's on the road.
Yeah.
So it's probably really 27 if it was at home.
And like historic Purdue Boilermakers, potentially. Yeah, Michael, are you here? Michael, let us know when your audio is working because we'd love to get your take on the Purdue Boilermakers. Let's see. So, Daryl, I'm going to let you go at this point. Thank you for being on and for giving your perspective on things as always. But we've got some people calling in, so we're going to rotate a little bit here, but we appreciate you, Daryl. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. So, Michael, are you there?
Here's something.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, this game, obviously at Purdue. I don't think this is going to be the same situation as when Purdue beat Ohio State that one time recently, because I think Purdue's talent level has, Braum has now taken his talents to Louisville and in his first year just beat Notre Dame. So that's a thing that just happened. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like this the Ryan Walters era is going to take a little bit of time to really get to the level where they will have a chance against Ohio State. Does anyone think Purdue could pull off the miracle?
No, not a chance at all. But I do want to say I've been impressed with Ryan Walters in the first year. Even though the record's 2-4 right now, they look like a well-coached team. They play hard. They don't beat themselves. They're just not very talented right now. They're not very good. And they're relying on a lot of transfers to plug a lot of holes at the moment right now. But, they are a salty, tough team. They're, but they're not up to this test at all, I don't think.
I don't think it's going to be close. I think Ohio State will win big. I think Maryland had the best chance out of the lower tiers, and they kind of crapped the bed in the second half. So,
yeah, they crapped the bed in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hey, John, can you hear me now?
Yay! We have friend of the show, Michael Hogue. Yes, we can hear you.
Nike.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, first question about Michigan football. What is your mindset going to be if they get into a game that's going to be a dogfight? Are they going to have the mentality to get through the full fourth quarter since they haven't played a complete game to starters on both offense and defense this year?
Hey, John, I think Tim wants to come on.
Yeah, I asked him if he wanted. Sometimes he pops in to like adjust things and stuff. So I asked him in private chat if he wanted to come in. Michael, our topic, we're going to stay on topic. Our topic now is you.
All right.
It's the Ohio State at Purdue Boilermakers.
Okay. First of all, there's a good chance it's going to be a wet, rainy, damn cold game Saturday.
Okay.
With that being said, I know Ohio State's favored by 19.5. But the thing is, though, with them not having a running game and with the conditions, is that going to shift in Purdue's favor, maybe, in your opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything that increases the variance in the game favors the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Mm-hmm.
It's just like that. And I asked you a question earlier, John, but maybe you didn't get it. But I'll ask you tomorrow during your show. No, I think Purdue most likely will lose, but I don't think they're going to get smacked around. I really don't.
Can you give a reason why?
It's just with the past history that's been going on with Ohio State because they do not like going to West Lafayette.
It has been a troublesome place for us.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question.
Yeah, for Ohio State and stuff like that. No, I mean it's like that. That's why I say I think they're doing it more based on how Purdue this year is because of their transfer and stuff like that. So, is that what you guys think? Also,
I think you're gonna smack around. I do, and I was very bullish on Maryland last week. I gave them a real shot to even come in there and possibly win, but you guys, I mean, you have a well-coached, solid, try-hard football team. You don't have the talent to compete with us at all.
Yeah, but when you're not 100%, say, hey, Sean, I got to ask B next year in Ohio State fan. Are you coming to Ross 8 Saturday?
Am I Ross 8? No.
Yeah.
No, I'll be in Battle Creek, either winning or losing a lot of money playing poker. So,
well, hope you win more money and bankrupt the casino. But no, I'll say because you're an Ohio State fan. But have you ever been to Ross 8 though for a game?
I've been to Ross 8, but not for an Ohio State game. No,
because it is going to be a blackout. It is an electric atmosphere, man. But I'm telling you, if it happens, it happens. So be it. That's life. But like I said, I don't think it's going to be like that, though. I think if Ohio State will win, I think it'll be 10-14. I really don't because they don't have no running game right now. How can they run block and stuff like that, too? And you see, except for
it doesn't matter. I mean, we've got receivers, too many weapons for you guys.
John, listen, if you're going to be 20 to 30 mile an hour, how is McCord going to be able to throw the football Saturday?
it'll be enough. I mean, I don't know. It'll be. They can probably run the football. They'll run the football decently against. If they can't run the football decently against Purdue, and I think Travion will be playing in this game, so that will add something to it. And I honestly, I think you guys will struggle to break 10 in this game.
Points
against our defense.
But yeah, I've seen sometimes though. I think maybe they get 17-20. That's just me.
It's possible, for sure.
But no, it's gonna be electric atmosphere. And boy, I wish you could get down there too Saturday, Sean.
You want me to get down to Purdue?
Yeah, just for the experience, man. And I know you said you've been there, but it was just because there's some delusional, but there is also some rational, and they know how to throw a tailgate. Even though they're on the road, they do got some good people that can throw some decent tailgates and stuff.
I mean, West Lafayette's not that far from where I am. I mean, I only live like 2.5, 3 hours from there, so who knows? Maybe.
Okay, but see, the thing is, though, Ohio State's offensive line's not a good line. They're okay, but defense, and stuff like that. If Micah B and Tracy can get going early, how much trouble do you think Ohio State will be in?
If what? I'm sorry. If what happened?
If Micah B and Tracy get going early, how much trouble will Ohio State be in?
Very little. I mean, we've just got much better players than you across the board.
Okay.
And we're going to be able to find if wind is an issue, they'll find ways to get the ball into.
Okay, what's Ohio State's deficiency then this year on offense? What is your deficiencies?
Our deficiencies is our O line can't block anybody at the second level in the run game.
Okay, now what about on defense?
On defense, they have trouble against the inside run. Okay. Inside running game. That's about it defensively.
That's what I'm saying. If both Micah B and Tracy gets going early with a couple runs and stuff like that, maybe they each bust out a long touchdown run. What's that got to say for the mindset of Ohio State, though?
We have not given up a play over 30 yards this entire season.
Yeah. But you know what's going to happen. And Ohio State does have tendencies to stumble in the middle portions of their schedule. Do they or do they not?
We have what again?
They have had tendencies in the past where they have stumbled, either in the middle of the season or late in the season before.
Not under Ryan Day. We haven't.
Well,
we haven't lost games that we're supposed to win under Day, basically at all.
Well, when you supposed to beat Michigan 2 years ago up in Ann Arbor? Truth, don't fib. Truth.
We were favored, but Michigan was a great team.
And
Purdue's not a great team this year. Michigan 2021 was way better than Purdue of 2023.
Oh, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying. But you're saying here Ohio State's invincible. That's what I'm trying to get you to admit.
I never said they're invincible. Have you been listening to the last hour of this discussion?
Unfortunately, no, because I had the internet issues and stuff.
No, I'm not saying they're invincible. They definitely they've got a lot. They've got a lot of warts, and I mean, I don't think they're. I'm not planning on them winning a national championship. But right now, our chances of being Michigan don't look that great to me. But
you never know. All right, I was just wondering stuff like that. I gotta get back going, man. I wish I had more time. John, thank you, and I will try to get into your stream tomorrow night if that's okay. All right, guys, have a great day.
Come on by anytime.
All right, guys, boiler up, man. See ya.
Great to hear from Mike.
Yeah, I don't think that game is going to be close. I'd be shocked if that game is close.
But he's got to represent his team.
Michigan. Where would you set this line at?
I think it should be more than 19, personally.
Yeah.
I don't know where I put it, but
it's 19.
It should be more than that.
At least 28. I would say at least 28 or higher.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of big lines, how about I don't even know. Should we even mention this one? UMass is going. to Penn State and has Penn State's favored by 4.
You have to mention this because it involves every Michigan fan's favorite assistant coach.
What, Don Brown?
Oh, yeah. The fighting Don Browns. Yes. He has 1 win.
This line.
I haven't kept track. Do they really only have the one win? Isn't it a Power 5 win?
They beat New Mexico State the first game of the year.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well,
it was the fighting Browns against the fighting Jerry Kills. Yep.
Penn State's gonna win. Okay. So here we go. Now this one's got an interesting situation because like Michigan State, I thought they were in the complete dumpster fire. But Rutgers is only favored by 5.5, and they're obviously Michigan State's going to Piscataway. What do we think about this game? Michigan State playing Rutgers.
Michigan State's quarterback situation is kind of in flux right now, right? They don't know if they're starting Cam or Hauser in this game.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
No Cam.
I mean,
if anybody knows, let us know. Because I mean, Noah Kim was is there like an injury situation? I haven't been following.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just effectiveness.
Oh. Well, let us know in chat, folks, if you guys know. Because I mean, a month ago he was named Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week. So
the day before his coach got.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Mel got into some trouble. And yep. So they, Mark D'Antonio's back as a special assistant to the head coach.
I think State's better than people give them credit for. They've been, they were leading Iowa going into the fourth quarter in that game. I thought they had the potential to be a mid-level Big Ten team this year. Obviously, everything that's going on is kind of, they've thrown everything into a tizzy, but I think this is going to be a really ugly game.
Yeah.
And State is a good run defense and a terrible pass defense. And that's pretty good to match up with Rutgers because Rutgers doesn't throw the ball at all. So
Michigan man, any thoughts on Michigan State going to Rutgers?
I think Rutgers is going to win. I mean,
me too.
Michigan State's just not good. They're in disarray. I mean, there's really not much to say here. I think Rutgers is going to out-physical them. They've been pretty physical all year, despite no matter who they've played. I mean, yeah. I mean, what's there more to say?
Moose, any thoughts?
Sorry, I was typing.
You're good.
Yeah, I think Rutgers will win. I think they're the better team, and Michigan State's pretty bad this year, so I think they should win comfortably. I would say by 14 to 17.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that sounds about right. Maryland obviously had a bit of a rough, situation in the second half against Ohio State, but now they're going back to College Park, and Illinois is going to be obviously Illinois has been kind of struggle busting it lately. So we've got Maryland favored by 14. Before we go into each of your thoughts, we do have Erica Goldberg joining us. Erica, thanks for calling in.
Hi. I've recovered from earlier from the chat that we had to put up with. So I'm here now. Did I say that out loud?
Well, welcome in.
Thank you.
We were just giving our take.
I had a question about the Michigan State comment. I can't recall who said it, but how Michigan State was leading Iowa. Is that because of Iowa's defense deficiencies, or is that because Iowa's offense sucks?
I don't know. I mean, there's two sides of a football game, right? I mean, they had a lead going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but why is that? If Iowa's offense was better, they'd have more points on the board.
Well, I mean, we're talking about arguably one of the worst offenses we've seen in the modern era.
Oh, you don't need to tell me. Have you heard me talk about Iowa's offense?
No, I know. I'm just answering your question. I would probably lean Iowa's offense had a lot to do with that, the way that game was.
That's exactly the answer. That's exactly right. But anyway, go on.
Oh yeah, we're chatting about Illinois going to Maryland Stadium, and obviously Maryland is going to be maybe a little bit fired up after the last game. So
Illinois
Erica, massacre. Okay,
they're horrible.
Massacre at Maryland.
Do I need to go into my spiel again about how everyone thought the Illini would be just amazing this year, and what have they done? I was one of the only people who said they're a one-hit wonder, and everyone was making comments to me in the chat that I didn't know football and that I was prejudiced against Brett Bielema because he's overweight and stuff like that. I'm like, excuse me, he's actually a former Hawkeye. Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I said Illinois will go 7-5, so I was off too.
I mean, I think they're going to be lucky to get to a bowl if this continues.
Yeah, I think
they're not getting to a bowl. It seems impossible.
I'd be shocked if they win 6 games.
What's their record right now? Are they
didn't they win 3 games maybe or 2?
Well, they beat They beat Toledo in the Miracle. They beat FAU. Have they beaten anyone else?
Let me see. Let me look it up really quick. All right, Illinois. They're last in the Big Ten West. They've won 0 conference games. Overall, they're 2-4.
Yeah, they might win one. They might win 2 more games the rest of the year.
Who are they going to beat? That's the next question.
Northwestern, possibly. I mean, I would guess, but it might be pretty close. I mean, they are a mess. That was a pathetic performance on Friday night. They made Nebraska look dominant. I mean, you can't.
Well, Sean, you're about to get a friend here because Buckeye Mike is joining us, and this will be it for the panel today. Buckeye Mike, welcome in.
What's up? What's up, fam? God, I missed you guys.
Hey, Buckeye Mike.
Hey.
I need to find another Hawkeye to come in here. What's the deal, Casey? South Bend Hawkeye, you're still here.
The great Corey Dorada called in earlier.
Yeah.
I could double to come back, right? We need to get more Hawkeyes in here.
Let's all gang up on Erica.
But Buckeye Mike, did you?
I'm not in the mood for that tonight. I'm not going to tolerate it.
Buckeye Mike, did you want to give a take on Ohio State, Maryland, or your game coming up against Purdue?
Yeah. So as far as Ohio State, Maryland, to all you crazies out there saying Maryland gonna get this dub, yeah. Think again. This Ohio State.
I don't know who was saying that.
We were saying that about the Illini versus Maryland.
I thought Maryland might win.
We had a panel discussion. John asked the question and asked me. I was literally the only one who said I thought Maryland had a chance to beat Ohio State.
And really, I mean, if we're going by the game, they could have won the game. It's just Ohio State pulled out late.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Michigan did pretty much every game in 2020.
You gotta admit though, the first half.
Hold on, Buckeye Mike. I heard you make the comparison of 2021 Michigan to this year's Ohio State team. You don't really believe that, do you?
Yeah, I do.
You know, 2021 Michigan could run the ball, right?
I said the way that they've been pulling out, meaning a second half team. That's the only.
But
that's the
they're
only.
Not. But team wise, Mike. But team wise.
I did not say anything about team wise. I said if you look at the way they've been pulling the games out as of late, it's comparable to 2021 Michigan. Because
as long as you're saying they're not on that level, that's fine.
No.
Okay, that's cool. Because I was going to say, like, if you're saying that they're on the 2020 Michigan trajectory, no, because a run game is always going to be more reliable than a pass game. And Ohio State can't run the ball this year. And Michigan in 2021 were elite at running the ball.
True.
True.
Yeah.
And
So, okay.
And if anybody remembers that watched 30-Minute War, my prediction was 38-17 Ohio State. So
way off, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, I had it more like 2022, where OSU got out to a huge lead and then maybe Maryland scored some touchdowns late. I did not expect it to be the way it did though for 3 quarters.
I said 30-20 Ohio State, so I was a little bit off.
Not very far off.
Yeah, I think I said, what did I say, Buckeye, like 23-21 Maryland or something like that?
Wait, you actually predicted Maryland to win?
I thought it was possible.
I did too, but then I realized it was in Columbus. I'm like, yeah, they're at home.
I mean, the first half, it was looking good for me. But then Ohio State did what they do.
Oh, yeah.
It is what it is. Any thoughts on Illinois going to Maryland?
Yeah, Maryland's going to smash them.
Yep.
I think it was just,
Yeah, I'm going to troll for a minute. I think Illinois can get this dub, man. Maryland is going to run all over Illinois. Illinois is the laughing stock, and it makes me laugh every time thinking that this team a year ago almost beat the Big Ten champions. Like,
well, everybody has their moment. Everybody has their moment, as short as Illinois' moment lasted.
Oh, yeah.
You also got to figure that Blake Corum got hurt in that game, too, so he was out for, like, almost a complete game. So,
And can I commend John for one thing? We've talked about Maryland for a good, 15 or so minutes total in this program tonight, and he has not brought up Josh Gaddis's name one time.
Hey,
oh my God.
Look at that.
So annoying.
I mean, your therapy is working, John.
I had to mute game for majority of the game because I'm sick and tired of hearing that man's name. And it goes to show you the only reason that his style of offense worked at Michigan is because of all the weapons that Michigan has. The man ain't shit.
Yeah.
You talking about John? Well, you talking about Gaddis?
I think Maryland's.
He ain't nothing, man. I mean,
Gaddis thought he had Michigan's personnel for a second there in that game.
Gaddis won an award because of
Miami.
Michigan. That's the only reason he won an award.
Do you remember Miami? He was running 180-pound running backs up the teeth of Texas A&M. So.
I mean, what was that?
When they could get the right personnel and they weren't having 8 procedure penalties a game.
What was there was 2 series, the series in I think the third or maybe it was the fourth quarter. You run it 4 times on your side of the field.
Yeah, I don't.
What was that?
What you want to talk about stupid calls? What was that freaking fake punt that you ran in the Peach Bowl and you run it on your end of the field? Oh my, are you freaking kidding me? Ugh.
All right. Let's go, Erica. I know you talked about this a little bit ago, but I'm, for those of you who are just joining or joined for the 9 o'clock hour, or the 8, because I think you were talking about this with Mark in the earlier block. But so Iowa's going to Camp Randall, jump around, and is Wisconsin's favored by 10. That's not a huge amount, and I don't know. What do you think about Wisconsin? What do you make of them? What have you seen from them? And do you think that Iowa and the defense could pull it out?
Well, I haven't watched Wisconsin in the last week or so I really need to do that. But if Mordecai hasn't recovered from his interception problem, he's going to have a very long day on Saturday. I know that much.
Yeah, he didn't throw any picks this past Saturday, but also that's not Iowa's defense, so it's different.
Who did they play last weekend? Like I said, I didn't watch.
Rutgers.
Okay, well, yeah, that's not Iowa's defense. So.
Right. They're good.
They are good.
If you have problems with turnovers, Iowa's not the defense you want to play because
definitely not.
Hey, don't forget though, Kay did say that he loves that his defense scores for him. Oh wait,
yes,
Michigan's defense is outscoring what they're. That's right. I forgot about that.
That quote that irked me.
Yeah, I know, especially when you look at this season and Michigan's defense is outscoring the points that they've even allowed. So, anyways.
Well, that's not on me. I don't know what to tell you about that. I'm not gonna get involved in
I just thought I'd throw that out there,
All right. So that's number one. Mordecai is going to be, what he does or doesn't do is going to be pretty big, I think. Another thing to watch, obviously, is Eric Gall and, of course, Caleb Johnson.
Right.
We'll have to see how good Wisconsin's defense can be at stopping Caleb because he's a big force for us. And there's quite a few people who are still off the depth chart because, as usual, since it's halfway through the season, we have our injuries, which is not an excuse because I don't use injuries as an excuse like some other fan bases do. And I'm not saying that to anyone on this panel, but I've seen that in the chat a lot, and I'm tired of it because I was missing half their offensive starters, so I'm tired of hearing that excuse. Anyway. Yeah, so I think those will be the keys if we can get to Mordecai and sack him and intercept. And also if Wisconsin has what it takes to stop Caleb Johnson and to make sure that they, that they throw maybe double defenders, I don't know, on Eric Gall so that he doesn't catch those big passes that Deacon Hill is surely going to try to get to him.
All right. Any other comments on this game before we go on to final thoughts?
I like Wisconsin in this game. I just think they're a little bit more well-rounded of a team here.
Their defense is taking a step back though from what I've seen of them this year.
Their defense, they have a big adjustment throughout that program, but
right.
He's Deacon Hill completed 6 passes this weekend.
It was his first start since high school. I don't think people realize that. He also admitted that he needs to work on that. At least he, took, like I said this earlier too with Mark. Yeah, he took ownership, which is really refreshing as a Hawkeye fan because our coaches never do that. So
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm picking Iowa in an upset over Wisconsin. I just think that Iowa has a better defense, and I think it's going to come down to that because I think it's going to be a close game. But I'm not sold on Mordecai, man. He's a turnover machine, so I'm going to take Iowa on this one.
What's the stat? Does anyone know the status of Chaz Malusi in this game? Because he didn't play this last weekend, I don't think, at all.
I don't know. I haven't seen Wisconsin's depth chart.
I mean, they got 2 very good running backs. Their own line in front of them is not that great. So
that's going to be a problem for them.
Yeah.
Iowa's defense will get the quarterback pretty quick if their O-line's not good. And that's not good for a quarterback who's already what's the word I'm looking for? Who commonly, even though he didn't have any turnovers, he's known to have those. So if you have a bad O-line protecting him, and if you've seen Joe Evans, who's one of our defensive edges, that's not good news.
It seems like the injury was season-ending, according to Milwaukee Journal Sentinel.
Yeah.
But they have Braylon Allen, who went 101 yards this past Saturday. So
I think Caleb ran more than that.
I'm not shocked.
Caleb he had a huge run right at the beginning of that game, right?
This past game with Purdue.
Yeah,
well, he did well most of the game. He had a huge run at the beginning. It might have even been the first series. He had a huge run for a touchdown. Yeah, but he did really well most of the game. So, and then we also, we we've beaten Wisconsin. Like, I think we beat them last year, if my memory is correct. So, and that was with Pete Trash. So.
Yeah, I think Iowa will win this game. I think it'll be a classic, close, low-scoring Iowa type of game. But I think Iowa has the defense that they can pressure Mordecai, and as everyone has said, Mordecai is very turnover-prone. So if you can rattle him a couple of times, you can get the jump on him. I wouldn't be surprised if Iowa pulls away, but with the way Iowa just plays in general and the fact that you have a new quarterback because the coaching is very dumb, the way they want to handle the quarterbacks, I wouldn't be surprised if it's probably like 27-21 Iowa.
I don't think we're going to get to 27.
That seems like way too many points.
That would have to be like 2 defensive touchdowns.
Okay.
I want a safety. I haven't seen a safety this year yet, and I'm very disappointed.
Yeah. You got 2 to start the year last year.
They're slacking. No safeties. My God.
Yeah, that's how you won the first game last year, right? 2 safeties.
Yep.
Well, folks, I think we're at that time for final thoughts and where can people find you on the internet if you want to give that. Otherwise, just final thought. So we'll start with Sean.
Final thoughts. Not much. Just good weekend of football this year. And I expect the Buckeyes to probably pulverize the Boilermakers here. Probably one of the worst lines I've seen this week. So if you want to make some money, give the minus 19.5 and have a beer on me if you win.
There you go.
Take care.
All right, Sean. Thanks for being on. All right, Moose. Final thought, and where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitch. My Twitter panel.
Yep.
My Twitter account, if you want to add that.
Your Twix. Yep.
Not much. Just like to see so far with Michigan. I think they're really rolling right now, and as long as they keep this up, I think we have a real legit shot at winning the Natty this year. So that's all I got, John. Go Blue.
Go Blue. Thanks for being on the panel, Moose, and our other Michigan fan, Michigan man.
Hey man, I'm sick of saying it, but you already know where you can find me, man. Houston. Houston in January is where you can find me. I'm excited to see. There's not too much to work on. I feel like there's little things here and there. I'm just excited to see the rest of the season, man. All right, peace out.
Later. Go Blue. I believe Buckeye Mike, you came in second to last, right? So we'll take you next. Final thought, and where can people find you?
Final thought is I'm excited for the weekend of college football. Should be another good weekend. I'm not as confident as Sean. I think Purdue can be sneaky if you let them. So you just got to go in there, our state, and just grab them by the neck and don't let go. And good luck to all the other teams. You can find me on Twitter. And 30-Minute War is going to be on a little bit of a hiatus for now, but we will definitely be back before the game for sure.
Yeah, we'll definitely be revving back up when we get to the game.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Subscribe to Buckeye Mike's YouTube channel. Boom. There it is. So no excuses, because right there on the chat. Follow him on Twitter on the link there, and subscribe to Buckeye Mike's YouTube channel, and both of the links are right on the chat for you to do that.
Well, thanks, John, and hope to see you next week.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Buckeye Mike.
No problem.
And last but certainly not least, Erica, thanks for stopping by here to the panel.
No worries. My pleasure.
Any final thoughts, or where can people find you?
Well, you can share my Twitter with everybody if you like in the chat, and I will warn everybody. I've been tweeting a lot about what's going on across the world recently. If you get my drift, so if that's not your cup of tea, you're not obligated to follow me. That's fine. But if you do enjoy my banter about Hawkeyes and other teams, feel free to follow me on Twitter, Erikita0115. John will put in the chat. And other than that, final thought. I think that Iowa will beat Wisconsin this weekend. I don't think it's going to be a blowout or anything like that, but I think we're going to get to the quarterback, and I think we're going to intimidate him, and I think he's going to start throwing some picks. And I think that I'm also going to predict that Cooper gets one of those picks and takes it back for touchdown. Because Cooper does Cooper things every single week.
Hey, Cooper is on fire. I'm sure he's going to do something that'll get on a highlight reel.
Yeah, and he's going to be a first pick next year or this coming draft too. So anyway, that's my prediction for that game, and I wish everybody good luck this weekend. I think it's going to be a really good weekend of football, and I also want to brag about my NFL Hawks, Sam Laporta.
Yeah, how about that?
He is kicking you-know-what and taking names. I'm just, you know what? I'm so happy for him. He worked darn hard to improve. Like, he was very, very low ranked coming out of high school, and he worked his tail off to get where he is. And, you know, I was so proud to watch him on Sunday. It was so great. I've never been a Lions fan before, but I guess first time for everything. Of course, Captain Jack is killing it with the Lions too. So double Hawkeye action is always great to see.
Yeah.
And of course, my guy, George Kittle, the GOAT. And
3
we're
touchdowns.
TEU, by the way, for those who didn't know. Notre Dame and Miami don't want to hear it. Iowa beats you out. Sorry. But yeah, how about that? So I'm feeling pretty
Everyone
good
was
about
so
everything.
focused on McCaffrey. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
The defense was so focused on McCaffrey that they forgot that, you know, there's
George
this guy
Kittle.
named Kittle that also can catch the ball and do things with the ball pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he takes care of business, whether that be catching the ball and getting those touchdowns or blocking and making holes for Chris McCarthy and anyone else who wants to try and run the ball back. And, of course, we can't forget about the defense as well. I mean, obviously, I'm no Ohio State fan. I have nothing really against them. It's all good. But, man, Nick Bosa is someone who loves defense because I am an Iowa fan. I have to say, Nick Bosa is crazy good. I love seeing him sack the opponents.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that was a great game because you know the Cowboys are so easy to root against. Sorry for those of you who are Cowboy fans, but I mean they're so easy to root against. You know, and the 49ers are fun, and they look like they're going to the Super Bowl this year. I mean,
yeah,
they just look like a Super Bowl team.
I just hope they don't get all types of injuries like they did last year with the quarterback situation because that was a bummer. That wrecked their season, which. I know that all too well from being a Hawkeye fan too, I guess. But, you know, it happens, and hopefully it doesn't happen again this year.
And we did have a nice compliment that this is a better show than Monday Night Football. So that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob J. We appreciate
and
that.
And also, Dependent Fanatic. Yeah, I suppose that's an Iowa thing, maybe. You know, predicting a pick six, but I have to be honest, they do that pretty often.
They do that. Yes, they do.
So, yeah. I just want to see a safety, like I said during the panel. I haven't seen one this year yet, so. Yeah.
Well, we'll hope for safety, Erica, and it's great to see you on the panel, and we'll obviously we do as you guys know, we do this every Monday from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern, the Ocho.
And don't forget to like on your way out, guys. It helps us keep going here and helps Mark out a lot. So if you can like the video on your way out, that would be fantastic.
Like, subscribe, hit the bell. Boom, boom, boom. There it is.
Yep, I think that's about it. I think that wraps it up. I just want to see some Voice of College Football flip-flops. That's my last thought.
Yeah, George really came with the ideas tonight. He really did.
That's what happens when you drink a lot of iced tea, you know?
Right. Yes. Yes. The Iced Tea Brewery.
Yes. Hopefully he hooks us up with that connection, right?
Although I hope
so. I'm not a big beer person or iced tea person. If I were to drink beer, it would be the Swarm beer that Iowa has as a collective. So we also have vodka too, by the way, if anyone's interested.
Heyo. All right.
All right. Anyway.
All right, Erica.
Have a good
Thanks
evening.
for being
Thanks
on.
again for having me.
See ya. Okay. So we had another jam-packed panel. I want to thank everybody who hit the like button, who made a comment, who sent a super chat in, who was on the panel. However you are helping out, we do appreciate that. A couple of reminders that when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, you can hit the Amazon link in every description section, and then Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. And what's wrong with that? I mean, seriously, what is wrong with that? If you're going to go on Amazon anyway, you might as well use the Mark Rogers Voice of College Football link. Also, you can either join our Patreon for $5 a month or YouTube membership for as low as $2.99 a month and get access to the 24/7 Discord chat, get access to our watch parties, which we do all the time, at least usually once a week or so, betting guide to help you with your betting, and so much more. If you haven't joined the Patreon yet or become a YouTube member, please do it. It's a great time, and it really helps support this incredible content that we've got. And of course, the Voice of College Football merch store, now with free shipping. We have a whole lot of tremendous products for the entire family, friends, neighbors, you name it. And we do have shoes. They're not flip-flops, but we do have slip-on canvas shoes for men and women. We have a reversible bucket hat, hoodies, yoga pants, wine tumbler, you name it. We probably have something that you might want, keychains, mugs. Look at all this stuff. Light a candle for a team that needs a candle lit for them. Get your pint glass so that you can cheers to the Voice of College Football. Whatever the case may be. And we do have some of our Big Ten teams represented here, including Michigan, including future Big Ten team USC is in the house with some merchandise. And of course, Iowa football at the Voice of College Football, also represented. With all that said, we also remind everybody to sponsor the Voice of College Football. Get your product, service, or personal brand promoted. MarkRogersTV at Gmail. One of our sponsors is called Aura, so you get your 2-week free trial and protect yourself. If you have not gotten your Aura subscription yet, please do it. Okay, it helps the channel a lot. Everybody in chat now, I'm going to ask you to click this link and get your free trial. Just check out Aura, get your free trial. Mark Rogers will appreciate it. I promise you that. And protect yourself online. And with all that, I do want to remind everybody that tomorrow night we will have Michigan Wolverines live with myself, with Tanner Wooten, Blue by 90. I'm pretty sure he will be able to make this one. And of course, Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports giving his take on the Indiana Hoosiers. So he will be giving the Indiana preview tomorrow night on Michigan Wolverines Live. And yes, Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. The last sponsor is TicketSmarter. So get your tickets, ticketsmarter.com. BIG is the promo code for that. And then BIG20 for purchases of 300 or more on ticketsmarter.com. And then yes, okay, so everybody wants flip-flops. I'm going to tell you what to do. Okay? Open up your email and email Joey Foster. Okay? footballnewshour@gmail.com. If y'all want your flip-flops, that's what you got to do. footballnewshour@gmail.com. His name's Joey Foster, and he's the one who puts together the incredible merch store that we have. And if everybody gives this suggestion, then maybe it could happen. But we thank you, Erica, for the $2 super chat and the donation. It really is appreciated. And being on the panel is appreciated as well. Coming up next on the Voice of College Football Network, we have formerly USC Trojans Live, now has adopted the Trojan Conquest name, and we have Trojan Conquest Live at 11 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Pacific with Mark Rogers, Tim Prangley, and Matt Zemek, who is an incredible writer for USA Today and Trojans Wire. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the link, and I'm going to ask everybody to go over here and hit the like button. And then if you need to go get a beverage or get a break or whatever. Just keep that open. And when it comes time for the show, just let them know that John sent you from the Big Ten Live show, that John sent you. And then they can keep a tally of who comes on in to Trojan Conquest Live. So with all that said, thank you all so much for sticking with us for 4 hours, the Big Ten Live show. And until next time, as I always say, go blue. And thanks for being here.